on this 11th day of November 2025. This is the fourth session of the 13th Parliament. The broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon. The mover of the Tea Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2023, the Honorable Brighton Yegon, who has co-sponsored this bill, will be called upon to reply. The debate for the second reading is almost complete. And then the motion on the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 61 of 2022, will be decided in a vote and the third reading. This bill, the report is courtesy of the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona. Also in the order of business this afternoon is the motion on the consideration of the amendment to Article 24, Sub-Article 2A of the Protocol on the establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. That motion is by the Chairperson Committee on Regional Integration. Also in the order of business this afternoon is the debate on the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill. This is National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025. This bill is courtesy of the leader of the majority party in the National Assembly. The principal object of this bill is to provide for the establishment, control, governance, performance, and ownership of government-owned enterprises and public service obligations in respect of government-owned enterprises. That bill has been lined up for debate for the second reading. Thereafter, there will be a motion on the consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. This motion will be moved by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. The Capital Markets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2025, is also in the order of business this afternoon. The principal object of this bill, or the Capital Market Amendments Bill 2025, is to amend Section 29 of the Capital Markets Act, Cap 485A, for the purposes of refining the provisions relating to shareholding limits within different license categories. The amendments seek to enhance ease of doing business by removing shareholding limits to attract more investment in regulated institutions. Without such limits, larger investors may be more willing to invest significant capital, leading to increased liquidity and expansion opportunities for the institution. The Chairperson, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, will move a motion on the first report on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 3 commissions, that this House adopts the first report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee on the status of implementation of the Constitution by the following independent commissions laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 12th November 2024. 1. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. 2. The National Land Commission. And 3. The National Gender and Equality Commission. That motion will be moved by the Chairperson, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. The Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee, will also move a motion on the report on the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2011, 2012 to 2021, 2022. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labour, will also move a motion on the consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2023 on the National Policy on Labour Migration. The Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee, will move a motion on the report on the audited accounts for the Commodities Fund for the financial years 2018 to 2019 to 2021-2022. The Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee, will also move a motion on the report on the audited accounts for the Stores and Services Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022. The Chairperson will also move a motion on the report on the audited accounts for the Land Settlement Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, and the Railway Development Fund holding account for the financial years 2017-2018 to 2021-2022. Also in the order of business this afternoon is the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Repeal Bill. This is National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2025. Thereafter, the Chairperson, Committee on Public Petitions, will move a motion on consideration of a petition regarding pollution of River Athi. The Judges Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, is also in the order of business this afternoon. This bill has been lined up for debate for the second reading. The principal object of this bill is to provide for the pension and other retirement benefits to judges of superior courts and for connected purposes. If you're just joining us, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is stepping into the chambers, and I will now hand you over for this live broadcast of Parliamentary Business. This broadcast has been brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy your viewing.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Takusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao hajazao msikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
If you're just joining us, the Speaker of the National Assembly has ordered the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes so that the respective leadership in the House can mobilize their members to come take their seats to enable the business of the National Assembly to commence this afternoon. The number required for business to begin at the commencement of the House is 50 members. And so the quorum bell will ring for 10 minutes, and the members who are within the precincts of Parliament will be advised to come take their rightful seats to allow the business of the National Assembly to commence. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, will move a motion on the consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adoption Order 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 30th September 2025, and approves the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order, published as legal notice number 82 of 2025, which grants the Global Center for Adaptation various privileges and immunities under the fourth schedule to the Privileges and Immunities Act Cap 179, including the exemption from rates and taxes other than taxes on importation of goods, exemption from taxes on goods or services imported or purchased locally by the organization for its official use in Kenya and for exportation, or on the importation of any publications of the organization directly by it, subject to conditions imposed in customs and excise laws. Good afternoon. We are still waiting for quorum to be achieved, and what is happening is that the quorum bell is still ringing. The members are being mobilized to come take their rightful seats to allow the business of the National Assembly to proceed. Order number 7 on statement, it is notified that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, subsection 2C, the following statements will be requested. 1. Leadership and Management of Junior Secondary Schools, JSS, under the competency-based curriculum. The member who will request this statement is Honorable Wanami Wamboka, the Member of Parliament for Bumula. The relevant committee is Education. The other statement is on delayed promotion of heads of primary schools. The Member of Parliament nominated Umker Harun will be requesting this statement, and the relevant committee there is Education. The other statement which will be requested is on the status of the Modogashe Habaswein Road in northeastern Kenya. The Member of Parliament for Wajir West, Yusuf Farah, will be requesting this statement, and the relevant committee there is Transport and Infrastructure. There are 3 statements which will be responded to. 1, the disappearance of Mr. Jilo Guyo Boru. This statement has been sought by the Honorable Member Naomi Wako, the Member of Parliament for Marsabit County. The relevant committee is Administration and Internal Security. The other statement which will be responded to is insecurity in Saboti constituency. The Honorable Member for Saboti constituency, Honorable Caleb Amisi, had requested this statement. Quorum.
Will we start our business?
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number.
Order, members on their feet. Take your seats. Umulher. And is that Onchoke or Atandi? Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on appointment of senators to mediation committees on the Mang Bills Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022, the Starter Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2022, and the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 4, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding the appointment of senators to 3 mediation committees. Honorable members, the message conveys that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution, the Speaker of the Senate has appointed senators to mediation committees to consider the Mang Bins Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022, the Starter Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022, and the National Disaster Risk Management National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023. To the Mang Bins Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022, the Senate has appointed the following senators: Senator Mwenda Gataya MP, Senator James Kamau Morango MP, Senator Enoch Kio Ambua CBS MP, Senator Catherine Muma MP, Senator Beatrice Ogola MP, Senator Esther Okenyuri MP, and Senator Mariam Sheikh MP. With regard to Senate Bill number 6 of 2022, the Senate has appointed the following: Senator Julius Murgor, CBS MP, Senator Miraj Abdullahi MP, Senator Alexander Mundigi MP, Senator Joseph Nyutu MP, Senator Joseph Githuku MP, Senator Consolato Okwabubi MP, Senator Mohamed Faki MP, Senator Beth Siengo CBS MP, and Senator Crystal Asige MP. With regard to the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023, the Senate has appointed the following senators: Senator Mohamed Chuta MP, Senator Mwenye Haji Faki MP, Senator David Wakol MP, Senator Veronica Maina MP, Senator Raphael Chimera MP, Senator Karen Nyam MP, Senator Joseph Kithuku MP, Senator Beth Siengo MP, and Senator Crystal Asige MP. Honorable members, as you recall, having considered the 3 bills, the House rejected the second reading of the Mang Bins Bill 2023 and rejected the Senate amendments to the National Disaster Risk Management Bill 2023 in September 2024 and July 2025, respectively. Subsequently, I appointed 7 and 9 members of this House to the 2 mediation committees on bills, respectively. In addition, honorable members, in July 2025, the Senate rejected the National Assembly amendments to the Starter Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022, thereby committing the bill to mediation in accordance with the provisions of Article 1122 of the Constitution. I then appointed 9 members to the mediation committee on that bill. Following the appointment of senators, the 3 mediation committees are now fully constituted as contemplated under Article 113 of the Constitution. I therefore call upon committees appointed to expeditiously consider the respective bills and submit versions of the bills for consideration by the Houses of Parliament. In considering the bills, I hasten to remind the committees to be alive to the timelines provided for under Article 113(4) of the Constitution to ensure that bicameral process is concluded. I thank you. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Taking the nearest seats. Exclude sprinting across the floor. Kimani, you want me to take you to the Olympics? Mama Kilifi, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation from the Bungoma County Assembly. I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the County Assembly of Bungoma who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises 9 members of the Bungoma County Assembly's Implementation Committee. They are Honorable Timothy Chikati, Chairperson and Head of the Delegation; Honorable Jeremiah Kuloba, Vice Chairperson; Honorable Franklin Simotuo, Member; Honorable Mildred Baraza, Member; Honorable Agre Mulongo, Member; Honorable Catherine Kitui, Member; Honorable Idi Chamawi, Member; Honorable Alfred Muhanya, Member; and Honorable Vitalis Wangila, Member. Honorable members, the delegation, accompanied by 2 members of staff, is on a visit to the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, CPST, to share experiences and best practices in executing their mandates. On my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 11th, 2025. Reports of the Auditor General and the financial statement for the years ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein in respect of 1. Legal notice number 147 of 2025 relating to the tax procedures and unassembled motorcycle amendment regulations and the explanatory memorandum. 2. Legal notice number 169 of 2025 relating to the Public Finance Management Public Prosecution Funds Regulation 2025. Number 3, intergovernmental partnership agreement between national government through the Ministry of Education and the county government financial statement for the years ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein with respect to 1. African Environment Health and Pollution Management Project, AEHPMP, credit number P167788/grant number TF0B3322, National Environment Management Authority. 2. Sound Chemicals and Waste Management Project, grant number 2023 M99M1-32 CML, State Department for Environment and Climate Change. Number 3, improvement of drinking water and sanitation systems in Mombasa Mwache Project, CKE 1103, Coast Water Works Development Agency. Number 4, technical assistance enhance the capacity of the President's Delivery Unit, ADB grant number 55001505012902 project, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration. Number 5, Public Financial Management Reforms Program, credit numbers Danida/5FY06, CEDA 511-10081, IDA GESDEK #7438-KE, AFD CKE 110, PASEDE CRIS number 041 658 and UNICEF CPD Kenya, the National Treasury. Number 6, Global Fund to contribute to achieving Vision 2030 through universal access to comprehensive HIV prevention, treatment, care, and KENHTNT. Number 4147, National AIDS and STI Control Program. Number 8, Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility, RKFINFAD loan. Number 20000041122, the National Treasury. And 9-8, Center for Entrepreneurship C4E project, credit number BMZ, reference 20186525, State Department for Micro and Medium Enterprise Development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Thank you, Naomi. Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee, Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 11th November 2025. Reports of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of 1. Public Petition number 11 of 2023 by Mr. Boniface Otieno Opere regarding illegal acquisition of private land by the defunct Awendo Town Council. And 2, Public Petition number 69 of 2023 by Mr. Joel Songol regarding delay in the settlement of squatters in Koibem Village in Nandi County. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Thank you. Honorable Gikaria, I don't remember approving your report. Can we do it tomorrow?
Approach you, Speaker.
Pardon?
Can I approach the
Go right ahead, yes. You want to come and talk to the Speaker? Do so. In the meantime, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning, Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today.
Gikaria, you don't approach the Speaker by going back to your seat. You approach the Speaker by going to where he is.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 11th of November, 2025. Reports of the Department of Planning of Taxes and Duties Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2025. 2, the Capital Markets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2025. And Honorable Speaker, 3, the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Kimani. Go to order number 6. We'll come back to Gikaria's matter. Yeah? It's related. So give me.
So, order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Public Petitions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of Public Petition number 69 of 2023 regarding delay in resettlement of squatters in Koibem Village, Nandi County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 11th November 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Gikaria.
Order number 5, papers.
Gikaria.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 11th November 2025, an addendum report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the inquiry into the matters of reduction of electricity cost in the country.
At order number 6, Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the addendum report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the inquiry into the matter of the reduction of electricity cost in the country, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 11th November 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I request for a statement regarding the murder of Mr. Simon Isiaho Shange, principal of PAG Munyuki Secondary School, Kakamega County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the gruesome murder of Mr. Simon Isiaho Shange, principal of PAG Munyuki Secondary School in Lugari Sub-County, Kakamega County. Honorable Speaker, the late Mr. Shange, a respected teacher and administrator, was last seen alive on the morning of 3rd November 2025 when he left his residence at Soweto Center near Bishop Sulmeti Girls while heading to Lumakanda Examination Center to collect KCSE examination papers. A CCTV footage shows him at about 5:05 a.m. fueling his car at Tarbo, after which he was reportedly involved in a minor accident near Lumakanda Junction. He was taken from the scene by a motorcycle rider and was never alive and to be seen again. On 8th November 2025, Honorable Speaker, his body was recovered from Kipkaren River bearing signs of torture, suggesting that he was brutally assaulted before being killed. To date, there has been no official report or explanation from the police or any investigative agency on the circumstances surrounding his death or the identity of those involved. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number 1, the progress of investigations, including any suspects and the clarification of whether the motorcycle rider and the vehicle linked to the accident have been traced. 2, a report on whether police investigated the threats Mr. Shange had reportedly received from individuals at his workplace. Number 3, the measures being taken by the Ministry of Interior and the National Police Service to ensure a thorough, transparent, and speedy investigation and to support the bereaved family in recovering and interring the late Mr. Shange, including any compensations due to them thereafter. And 4, the security measures being implemented to guarantee the safety and protection of teachers and school administrators in Lugari, Lumakanda, and other parts of Kakamega County, particularly non-local teachers who are now reportedly living and working in fear during these times of examinations. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Tongoyo, is that for you? Yes, it is, Honorable Speaker. When can you bring a response?
Maybe.
Did you say the body has not been found?
Speaker, it has been found in the river Kipkaren.
Kipkaren River. So Tongoyo,
So we can try to do it next week, Honorable Speaker.
Next week?
Yeah.
Which day?
Thursday?
Thursday.
Yes.
So be it. Thank you. Kimani, take your seat. Bad girl, take your seat. Honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation from the National Assembly of the Republic of South Korea. I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly of South Korea who are seated in the Speaker's row. They are Mr. or Honorable Ju Yang Lee, MP, Chairman of the Korea Africa Foundation and former Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, South Korea. Number 2, the Honorable Kang Young-shik, Korean Ambassador to Kenya. Honorable members, the delegation, accompanied by officers from the Embassy of the Republic of Korea, are in the country on official duties, and have also paid a courtesy call on the chairperson of the Kenya-Korea Parliamentary Friendship Group.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the challenges surrounding the leadership and management of junior secondary schools, JSS, under the Competence-Based Curriculum, CBC. Honorable Speaker, there are significant concerns within the education sector regarding the leadership and management of junior secondary schools. If these concerns are not addressed with urgency, they pose a serious threat to both the teaching profession and the future of learners within the CBC system. Central to this challenge is the existence of two divergent structural models, the 2663 model and the 2933 model are set forth in sessional paper number 2 of 2024. This inconsistency has engendered uncertainty, mistrust, and tension between teachers at the primary level and those at the junior secondary school level. Honorable Speaker, junior secondary school teachers have consistently expressed their dissatisfaction, citing a lack of professional autonomy, insufficient recognition, and hindrances to their career progression within the current implementation of the CBC. Numerous petitions have been presented to this House, emphasizing the urgent need for decisive intervention to safeguard the quality of education and uphold the professional welfare of all teachers. Should these concerns remain unaddressed, the resulting confusion will undermine the delivery of quality CBC education, erode accountability structures, and impede career advancement within the teaching service. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, measures being taken by the Ministry of Education to address the leadership and management challenges affecting junior secondary schools and to guarantee the autonomy and professional recognition of JSS teachers under the CBC system. 2, plans being put in place by the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission, TSC, to confirm the existing JSS intern teachers whose contracts are coming to an end. And 3, Honorable Speaker, strategies and guidelines in place to fast-track the employment of P1 teachers, some of whom have remained unemployed since as far as 2006, and to ensure equitable recruitment across all regions, given disparities in recruitment witnessed in some areas. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Education. Where's Melly? Tongei, is that, you are a member of that committee? Can you bring a response in 2 weeks? Give Tongei the mic. There you are.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We will do it in 2 weeks.
Omulgher Harun.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding unfair promotions of heads of primary schools in the country. Honorable Speaker, there has been widespread concerns raised by teachers across the country over the lack of transparency and fairness in the promotion of primary school heads by the Teacher Service Commission. Whereas promotions of secondary school head teachers have been effected in the recent past, primary school heads continue to be overlooked. Notably, heads of primary schools now have an expanded mandate following the introduction of junior secondary schools hosted by primary schools, as they are responsible for managing both the primary and junior secondary schools within the same institutions. In addition, they also serve as secretaries to the board of management of these comprehensive schools, thereby bearing a heavier administrative workload without corresponding remunerations. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the Chair on the following: the criteria being used by the TSC in promoting heads of primary schools across the country, the reasons for the delay in the promotions of primary school heads across the country, the plans in place to review and harmonize the promotion framework for primary and secondary school heads to ensure equity and fairness, and the measures being put in place to adequately compensate and motivate the school heads across the country who manage both primary and junior secondary school sections. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Education. Tonke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We'll give a response in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Yusuf Farah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to request for statement regarding the status of the Modogashe-Habaswein Road in northeastern Kenya. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of Modogashe-Habaswein Road in northeastern Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the Modogashe-Habaswein Road links Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera counties and is critical for national integration, trade, and security in northern Kenya. The road was earmarked for upgrading to bitumen standards by the Kenyan National Highways Authority, KENHA, in 2020. Despite its critical significance, the road remains in a durable condition and becomes impassable during the rainy season, thereby isolating residents of Wajir West constituency from Wajir County from economic opportunities and delaying timely emergency response and service delivery. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following: the status of implementation of the planned upgrade of Modogashe-Habaswein Road in northeastern Kenya to bitumen standards. Number two, the reason for the continued delay in completion of the road upgrade and the expected date of completion. Number three, the short-term and long-term strategies to ensure that the roads in northeastern Kenya are upgraded, including consideration of alternative funding mechanism. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Transport. Yes, Kenan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the chairman responds.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, McClap and your group. This is not a market. This is the National Assembly of Kenya. You are free to step out and laugh as loudly as you can, and then come back. Go on, Kenan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that guidance. Mr. Speaker, in your public life, you have used this road.
Yes.
As a lawyer, as a magistrate, and I pray that before your speakership ends, you will lead the leadership and the members of this House to go through that stretch, that road from Isiolo, Modogashe, Habaswein, Wajir, Elwak, all the way to Mandera. And this is the reason I'm asking this. This is not the first question. This is not the first statement. This is not the first commitment. I want to request the chair, and there's a reason why Honorable Muliro has asked this particular section. I'm aware something is happening between Isiolo to Modogash. This section, Mr. Speaker, from Modogash to Habaswein is under the annuity program. Mr. Speaker, you all also understand as a senior citizen, senior leader of this country, the politics about this particular road. I really want to believe the chair of this committee and all other individuals concerned with the implementation of this road to be truthful, to be accurate, to be fair, to be consistent, so that the people of Northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker, you are aware, once in a while I mentioned this thing called Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965. And you know it, you have interacted with it. I am persuaded that there are certain elements still the system who are hell-bent on implementing that Sessional Paper. So I want to request the chair, please can you for the first time come with a truthful, consistent answer that will satisfy, however bad it is, that will make us accept the realities in the implementation of that road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Kainan. I'm sure you also appreciate that Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965 is no longer the blueprint for economic activities in Kenya. Chair, Transport.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've listened to the Honorable Member and the seriousness of this matter. I can only confirm that I will respond with the same level of civility by Thursday next week, because this is not the first time that this question is being asked. So I don't think if the Minister requires more than 7 days to be able to come up with a concrete answer that will be truthful and that will paint up, that will show a snapshot of the way the matter are, and most importantly, to ensure that this matter that appears to be some sort of injustice to the people of Northern Kenya must be sorted out, Honorable Speaker. So I will come back with a response next week, Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Responses. A response to Naomi Wako MP. Is Naomi in the house? Yes. Tongoyo? Or you are responding privately? Then we can...
Kind of, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah?
But for purposes of record, Speaker, the member wanted, it was an issue of a disappearance of one Jilo Guyo Boru. And Honorable Speaker shall just confirm that it could have been overtaken by event. The person has been found and is healthy and strong.
Sorry.
Yes.
It was a disappearance and reappearance.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. It rests there, Naomi. Your prayers are answered. Response to Caleb Amisi. Is Caleb in the house? Tongoyo?
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. In response to the question being sought by the Member of Parliament for Saboti, Honorable Caleb Amisi, who in particular wanted to know, a report on the status of investigation into the development and subsequent murder of Percy Nafula and Sibora Korosia in Aikara village, Chebukoka area in Saboti constituency, and the specific measures being implemented to address the rising cases of defilement and murder in Aikara village, and the reason for the apparent inadequacy of security agencies in the region and in the particular mission area, and a report on the status of the resource allocation to Sabotia Police Station in terms of personnel and equipment is an accountability measure to ensure effective police response. Honorable Speaker, upon perusal of the record of the cases reported within the command, it was established that there was no entries bearing the name Percy Nafula or Sibora Gororia. However, related cases involving minors, Percy Wafula and Deborah Angosha of a similar nature has been reported and are currently under investigation as outlined below. On the 27th August 2025, the deceased, Percy Wafula, a minor aged 7 years and a grade 1 pupil at Holy Trinity Academy, was murdered and after leaving home for school in the morning. The deceased has been living with her grandparents in Chebukaka area. And by 5:30 p.m., the minor had not returned home from school, prompting their grandfather, Mr. Joseph Wafula Kitui, to search for her. He discovered the lifeless body of Prissy lying in a maize plantation a few meters from her gumboots and a jacket. The matter was reported at Sabotia Police Station, Vido bin number 142708 of 2025, and this OCS, accompanied by the officers from the DCI, Trans Nzoia West, visited the scene and proceeded documenting and processed and documented it. The deceased body was thereafter moved to Kijana Wamalwa Teaching and Referral Hospital for preservation. On the 1st September, a postmortem examination was conducted by Dr. Soita, who established the cause of death to be head injury. Examination further revealed that the deceased has been defiled prior to the murder. Samples including the fingernails and vaginal swabs were extracted for DNA analysis and escorted to the government chemist, Kisumu, on the 11th September. Vide court order dated the 8th September. Honorable Speaker, on the 2nd August at about 1750 hours, the deceased Deborah Ongosha, a minor aged 5 years, was at home with her mother, Elsie Nafula, when she went to fetch water from a nearby stream using a 5-liter jerrycan. When the child failed to return, her mother proceeded to the stream to check on her. Unfortunately, she discovered the lifeless body of the minor lying nearby a maize plantation. The matter was reported at Sabotia Police Station on the same day, Vido bin number 10-0208-2025, and a team of police officers from the DCI, Trans Nzoia West, Kitale Police Station visited the scene, processed and documented it. The deceased body was thereafter moved to Kaminini Cottage Hospital mortuary for preservation, pending the postmortem. During the investigation, the deceased mother stated that she had been with the child the entire afternoon, and the minor had only left briefly to fetch water at a stream approximately 20 meters from the home. The father of the deceased was away at work and returned home later in the evening, where she found the crowd gathered at the scene and learned of her daughter's death. On the 5th and the 6th September, 3 suspects, Brian Watila, Alexander Wanyonyi, and Rose Wasimiu, were arrested by officers from Sabotia Police Station and escorted to Kitale Police Station after being adversely mentioned by the resident as suspects behind the killing. And on the 11th September, the 2 male suspects were escorted to the government chemist, Kisumu, for Bicol swamp collection for DNA comparison with the samples obtained from the deceased. The results are still pending by the time of the writing of this statement. A police case file was compiled and forwarded to the office of the director of the ODPP on the 17th September 2025 for perusal and advice. The ODPP directed that the female suspect be discharged unconditionally and the 2 male suspects be released on police bond pending the outcome of the DNA analysis from the government chemist. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the rising cases of defilement, the following measures has been implemented to address the rising cases, strengthening both foot and mobile patrol to deter the criminals, ensuring timely handling of all reported cases and prompt legal action, and the service has circulated the future Quadci toll number, hotline 0800-722-203. And among many other interventions, Honorable Speaker, it's long. Honorable Speaker, the security situation within the area has, however, in incidents involving the development and killing of 2 minors have recently emerged as a serious security threat. Preliminary police investigation indicated that the perpetrators could either be an individual or a gang. Police have so far arrested and processed 2 main suspects who were identified by the members of the public, and the DNA sampling is currently underway to establish their complicity in the commission of the offense. And considering that no witnesses has come forward to assist the police with the critical information, the investigation are heavily relying on forensic analysis to identify and apprehend those responsible. On the issue of the resource allocation, has well been sought by a member as well. The Sabotia Police Station serves as a primary security installation within the Sabotia sub-county. It is supported by one police post and 7 patrol bases strategically located to enhance coverage and facilitate rapid response across the area. The service is currently facing challenges in equipping all these police stations across the country due to the budgetary constraints. Sabotia Police Station is among the identified to benefit from the leased vehicles once additional resources become available. In the meantime, the Deputy County Commissioner has been assisting the station with his assigned motor vehicle whenever a critical need arises. Honorable Speaker, standard at Sabotia Police Station, several measures have been instituted to include the Sub-County Security and Intelligence Committee conducting periodic reviews and the routine supervision, performance and evaluating the agency coordination and preparation and implementation.
You can't take 12 minutes on one
Yeah, I'm
statement.
trying to. It was about 3 questions in one, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
About 2 development, about the issue of resource allocation.
Finish, summarize.
Yeah. That's why I'm even trying to rush through. And Honorable Speaker, I think actually, and can end there. The other is the normal intervention and general strategies on ensuring that the issue of security has been addressed. And of course, it's signed by Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen. I submit.
Member for Saboti.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, while I appreciate the swift response from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, my very good friend, but Honorable Speaker, the response does not really adequately respond to the situation on the ground. Honorable Speaker, one case can be explained, but when you have several cases, similar incidents that are bizarre in the manner that, yes, the murder has been committed, but bodies are mutilated, and they are occurring the same vicinity, the same area. Honorable Speaker, there can only be 3 things involved. One, either the security apparatus are complacent. 2, there is inadequate security agencies. Or 3, they do not have the necessary their duties. So these are the concerns of the residents, that why are these cases repeated, the similar cases, small children, and it has become fashionable in this country that people carry out murders and they go away with it. I mean, and it's more painful when it involves young kids, students, pupils going to school. And Honorable Speaker, you are a big stakeholder in Trans Nzoia, and I am sure you know this area very well. It has become hard to have adequate security, especially to rural areas. Maybe because there are not so much cases of criminal activities being reported, and therefore the government don't see it necessary to have enough security officers there. But it has become now apparent that there are a lot of crime committed in the interior areas of our constituencies that needs the attention of our security apparatus. So I do not feel my good friend has responded adequately. The situation might be repeated if necessary measures have not been put in place, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Caleb. Umulheri.
Thank you, Speaker. Just wanted to follow up on a similar statement that I'd raised a few months back with regards to missing persons. And we still have 5 people who are missing. That's Abdirazak Kiale, Abdinasir Khalif, Abdisamed Ahmed Boruka, Rashid Maalim Hussein from Marsabit. All were abducted with unmarked vehicles. We don't know whether it's police officers. The statement that the chairperson had brought did not really clarify, and the families are still looking for their loved ones. My main concern is it the police that are using these unmarked vehicles, or is it rogue people who are disguising themselves as police? And that's why my request is to the minister, through the chair, to summon the Minister for Interior to let us know exactly what's happening in this area. This has become rampant, and we don't feel safe anymore. We don't know who's picking people in unmarked vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tongoyo.
Honorable Speaker, I need your guidance because I don't know whether it's a statement or a question, because according to our standing orders, right? I think she better frame it well as a statement.
Well, start with Caleb Amisi.
For Caleb, Honorable Speaker, I think as a parent, I'm equally really concerned and really disappointed and sad for what had happened. But I think we should also commend the police, Honorable Speaker, because from the statement, it is already clearly stated that the file is already with ODPP. And I think just the issue of talking about the issue of equipping a police station, and it is a situation across the country, the whole issue of budgetary, which is appropriated in this House. So I can just promise my friend and my colleague, once the leased vehicles are available, which is also a big issue being highlighted, your place is also be among prioritized areas.
And the joyrider?
The joyrider, Honorable Speaker, I need your guidance. Because
Only
I think she better just process it in the normal statement.
A statement that she requested here. And I think what you do is just go and brush up your files and bring her a response if you can on Thursday. Umi, you go to the table office and apprise them of your statement so that he can be able to bring a response on Thursday. Yes, Jared Okello.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and it's part of joyriding, but I'm taking a tangent from the efforts, Honorable Speaker, that were employed by the government, particularly last week. For over 30 days, we had our 2 Kenyans who were allegedly abducted in Uganda. But last week, Honorable Speaker, the Minister in charge of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, who also doubles up as the Prime Cabinet Secretary, did write a letter to his counterpart in Uganda. And the following day, thankfully to our Almighty God, they were released, Honorable Speaker. So many a times, very good things get lost in criticisms, Honorable Speaker, without paying.
Were they released by God or the government of Uganda?
The government of Uganda.
Yes.
Yeah, the government of Uganda heeded to the call of the government of Kenya, and particularly the letter as was written by the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the government for doing so, and the families and friends of these 2 gentlemen who were in total distress can now breathe a sigh of relief. And therefore, we also need to thank the government in areas where they have done incredible jobs, Honorable Speaker, such as that we witnessed, Honorable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. That must be music to the ears of Tongoyo. Response to Onesimus Ngogoyo, Transport and Infrastructure. Didymus, are you responding to Ngogoyo's statement?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As 2025, the member for Kajiado North, Honorable Onesimus Ngogoyo, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding delayed compensation of land that was compulsorily acquired for the construction of SGR lines from Nairobi to Suswa. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the Honorable Onesimus Ngogoyo sought to establish, among other things, the reason for the delay in processing for the compensation for the affected residents, confirmation of whether budgetary allocation had been provided for, and measures that the ministry is taking to ensure those affected by compulsory acquisition of land for similar projects in future are compensated in real time. Honorable Speaker, the minister has written to the committee, and I wish to respond as follows. It is true that the said land was acquired so that to realign key classified and access roads that were severed by the railway corridor, including the Kangawa Road in Bulbul sublocation, which required the construction of a road over bridge, something that was very important for the people of Kajiado, South Honorable Speaker. And that the reason why there was a delay is because during these inquiries, it was discovered that the several parcels of land had undergone subdivision. This discrepancy required a legal amendment to the original Gazette notice to accurately reflect the new property details and the new owners. Kenya Railways formally communicated this necessity to the National Land Commission on 13th February 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Commission has since published a new Gazette notice to rectify the records, which includes the affected parcels of Ngong/Ngong, 103271, 103272, 103273, 103274, 105603, and 105604. These procedural requirements of correcting the land registry data is the primary reason as to why the delay in processing the compensation was occasioned, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that the ministry has given enough evidence to show that this money has already been budgeted for through the Railway Development Fund, and the Ministry of Roads and Transport are on the process of releasing this money, and the money will hit the account of the beneficiary in not less than a week, Honorable Speaker, from today. And regarding the ministry's measure to ensure that the delays will never happen again, the response, Honorable Speaker, is that at the point of paying the compensation, the land had been subdivided. And it is therefore very important that the new Gazette notice must be reissued to correct the details of the owners of the land. Before that is done, Honorable Speaker, and the ministry will endeavor to expedite such process in the future. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the response by the Chair. I have just two issues for his clarification. One, it is not all parcels that had an issue of subdivision. I outlined about 30 of them, but the ones that have been mentioned here are 7. The ones that did not have a problem of subdivision, you have not mentioned what is happening about them. Number 2, I recorded 31 parcels. You have read out only 7. I would wish to know at which stage the rest of them, about 26, why they have not been put in your response, because I put them in there. When I asked the question, they were part of the ones that have been mentioned. Ngong, for instance, 156304. Now, part of the others are not in the statement.
Yes, Didymus.
Honorable Speaker, the government is very organized. They felt like they would not process payment of a few individuals and leave out the others. That is why they embarked on a rigorous process of gazetting the subdivided land, realigning the data in the Ministry of Land, then pay off everybody at the same time. Because I am very sure if the government would have paid a few and left out others, the honorable member, Honorable Ngogoyo, maybe would have asked why there was some discriminatory, why others had not been. The process now is complete, and in the next less than 7 days, the beneficiaries will receive their money. I want the Honorable Ngogoyo for the first time to appreciate that the ministry has stretched her hand beyond the normal to ensure that the discrepancy that made the delays in their payment had been addressed, and I can assure you, your people are going to be happy. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Ngogoyo, we are done.
I am contented, Mr.
You're
Speaker.
contented. Thank you. Next order. Just hold on, clerk. Yes, Ambassador Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity. I wanted to seek for a response of my statement, which I asked before we broke for the recess last time, concerning the JSS classroom, to bring a response. And Mr. Speaker, up to now, I have not received that response.
Ambassador Sigei, I got your note, and I passed on to the clerk's office to check with the line committee. Tonkei, you've got a statement from Sigei that is lying with your committee. Are you in the know?
Honorable Speaker, on the issue of Honorable Sigei's statement, all the statements have been responded to, and he should check for an answer, Honorable Speaker, a response to his statement. Thank you.
It is not, his statement has not been responded to. He sent a message to my office. What you do, check with my office. They'll tell you exactly which statement it was. Then look it up, and if you get the response, you can give it on Thursday. Thank you.
Well noted, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 8, the T Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023, second reading. Mover to reply.
Brighton Yegon. Brighton Yegon is to reply to this bill. Does anybody know his whereabouts? He's normally a regular attendant. Stay the order. It can come up tomorrow for him to reply. Next.
Order number 9, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 61 of 2022, question to be put on third reading.
Yes, Kaluma. Hold on, Kaluma. Hold on. Take your seat. Honorable members, on this particular order, a question was proposed, but no question was put. I've since received a written request from the Honorable Kaluma seeking to move a motion to recommit clauses 2, 4, and 52. So the right procedure is to allow him to move the motion. If the motion is carried, and I believe it will not take much time, then we recommit. If the motion is negatived, then we proceed to put the question. Honorable Kaluma.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 4, 7, 8, 14, 30, and 52 immediately after the phrase 61 of 2022. Honorable Speaker, because the bill is not in the order paper, allow me just 2 or 3 minutes to explain the additional amendments. I'm requesting the House to put a halt to their process and reverse this matter too. Honorable Speaker, this bill was transacted last Tuesday by the Committee of the Whole House In clause 2, I would be seeking recommittal, Honorable Speaker, to clean up the definition of the word father and mother, honorable members. In the definition which was passed in the committee, father was defined to mean a male intended parent, a male intended parent. So I would be moving to remove, if a committal is allowed, intended, so that it is a male parent. And mother was defined, Honorable Speaker, to mean a female intended parent. I will be moving to, if there is recommittal, to delete intended, so that a mother shall mean a female parent. And I will be doing this, Honorable Speaker, because for definition, we have said parent shall have the meaning under the Children's Act, which is a biological parent or parentage conferred by law. So it is already clear that whether through adoption or children born under this arrangement, under the bill, their definition is there. So the intended is what I'll be cleaning if we recommit and clause 2 comes to consideration. Honorable Speaker, in terms of clause 30, which was a very material consideration, I'm in agreement with the committee of the whole house in terms of what they passed, that where there is no genetic link between the intended parents and the child that is born, the intended parent has to go to court. But Honorable Speaker, the amendment I'll be bringing will be in terms of a new subclause 10. We have said so, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, but we have not said when you are going to court, what rules of procedure do you follow? How do you approach the court? And how are those proceedings undertaken? And so if recommittal is allowed by the House, Honorable Speaker, what I'll be adding will be to say that the Chief Justice shall make rules for court approach in that instances. And I'm picking that provision, Honorable Speaker, from the Children's Act, where the Chief Justice also makes rules for adoption procedures, because otherwise we are requiring such intended parents to go to court, but the procedure and the rules are not prescribed. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the amendments I would be proposing if recommittal is allowed in terms of clause 52, we had in the bill indicated, Honorable Speaker, that matters such as eligibility of donors, storage of gametes and embryos, the number of embryos that can be planted in a woman, the rights and duties of parents, donors, and surrogates and children would be in regulations. Honorable Speaker, when we went to harmonization, the committee was persuaded to agree that those are very substantive issues and required to be in the substantive act if passed. And the committee indeed moved during the committee of the whole house provisions touching on all these matters, and they were passed. And so we will be, if recommittal is permitted, deleting this from the remit of regulations. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, in terms of clause number 8, and I'm only saying this because members don't have this bill, it was initially indicated it would be transacted tomorrow. I will not be seeking deletion of the entire clause 8 as passed by the committee during committee of the whole house, but I'll be seeking deletion of 8E. And then just allow me to read it because it is a short one. It deals with obligations of county governments, and what we have passed, county governments shall establish linkages and networks with the local and international development partners to mobilize and source for funding to promote the delivery of quality and cost-effective assisted reproductive technology. I believe, Honorable Speaker, that is something you cannot obligate on a government. Seeking funding and others, it could be in proposals and other things, but it cannot be a mandatory obligation being imposed on a government. Honorable Speaker, lastly, in terms of cleanup, when you look at clause 7, honorable members, I will not be seeking deletion of the whole if recommittal is permitted, but I will be seeking deletion of part C, which says the national government shall provide regulations to ensure assisted reproductive health services are covered by every health insurance provider, including the National Health Insurance Fund. I would be seeking that deletion because the regulation-making authority, including on the matter of insurance, is in clause 52, and that amendment is already passed following the committee. So that, Honorable Speaker, I'm only moving so that we clean up those matters of terminology and so that we make it clear that when you are going to court, under what rules, some rule-making authority in the Chief Justice, in the Chief Justice as is usually by all laws, and then these people cannot be hanging. They know we'll go by chamber summons, by petition, and undertaking of proceedings will be before a judge of the High Court in what manner. Honorable Speaker, I beg that this motion be approved by the members, and I know, Honorable Speaker, that there is anxiety that this bill has delayed. I know this bill is going to the Senate. What I'm requesting is that if there are things we can clean here, we clean them, because if it goes to Senate and they move amendments there, this bill, in my view, will be delayed even much further, because it will then be forced to go to committee, to mediation committee, where it may be even lost. Yet it is a very good bill we have passed and we've agreed on during harmonization in terms of the provisions which we have passed. Honorable Speaker, without much ado, I request the Honorable Kainan to second.
Hold, Kainan. What is your point of order, Didymus?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt my very good friend, Honorable Kaluma, but Honorable Kaluma has been on record for very many years, since I knew him, confirming that he had some children out of wedlock, and there were some encumbrances around that area.
You are out of order. Take your seat.
Could he be conflicted?
Take your seat. You are out of order. Kainan, Kaluma is not in any motion on the floor of this House.
Mr. Speaker, the mover, the originator of this bill is a seasoned lawyer and an experienced parliamentarian. The person who is seeking the recommittal of sections of this bill is a seasoned lawyer and an experienced parliamentarian. It is in the interest of this House, Mr. Speaker, to benefit from the expertise and experience and understand whether the issues being canvassed by the Honorable Kaluma are just semantics or jurisdiction or legal misunderstanding. So it will be of great interest actually to this House and the public, Mr. Speaker, for us to understand the issues. Delaying it for 1 week or 2 weeks is not a much issue. The issue is being raised for those of us who have not followed the different stages of this bill. I think it is in the interest to understand, for the Honorable Kaluma to put his concerns in perspective so that what we pass before it goes to the Senate clearly reflects and carries not only the interest of the members of Parliament, but the public interest. And therefore, I second.
Honorable members, order. Kimaya. Sane, why are you raising your hand?
Mr. Speaker, you are a great legal mind, and for me, it is basic reading of the law.
You are out of order.
I wanted
Take
to...
your seat. I have not proposed the question. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 4, 7, 8, 14, 30, and 52 immediately after the phrase 61 of 2022. Yes, Millie? Sane, let's give the first bite to the proponent of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give it to you after that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank Honorable Kaluma for bringing that motion, but wish to oppose it for the following reasons. Mr. Speaker, this bill was actually a bill that was given priority according to the rules of this House because it was passed in the last Parliament. Mr. Speaker, you do realize that we are only about 1.5 years away. This bill has been here unduly long. And Mr. Speaker, part of the reason that it's been here unduly long is because we went for harmonization, and that harmonization has taken unduly long. Mr. Speaker, this bill was before the House last week. Honorable Kaluma was not around. I was around. The committee, we sat before the committee. We agreed on some issues. We did not agree on some issues. For those who are in the House last week, even my own amendments, or even the ones I opposed against the committee, passed against my wish. But it's not a matter of life and death, even if the things I wanted didn't pass. Mr. Speaker, this is Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill. It is not the bill that is being used to take people to heaven. If it was a bill to go to heaven, then we must make sure it is absolutely clean. But this is a bill for earth. And on earth, there are processes. One of the processes is Senate. And some of these issues that are being said here are not really major. Let it go to Senate. Let them go to Senate if you are not filibustering. And Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, I can tell you this, that this bill will come for mediation. Why? Because people have different views on different issues. Even there are some that the Senate which will bring that I will not agree with, that Honorable Kaluma will not agree with. So it will definitely come again for mediation. I would want to encourage Honorable Kaluma that let the bill go to Senate once and for all. This bill has been here too much. It is not controversial. And just for record, Mr. Speaker, this is the third parliament this bill has come. In the first parliament when I brought it, it was supported 100%. The answer can bear me out. There was no opposition to this bill. Why? It's an innocent bill helping men and women who cannot have children. Mr. Speaker, men and women like me who don't have children, I'm even happy and I thank Kaluma for bringing it so that I can congratulate my stepdaughter on the floor of the House because she's getting married the day after tomorrow. And that's the reason I will not be in the House, and I requested you that I put this bill. Mr. Kaluma, Honorable Kaluma, I don't have the privilege you have of having children. I don't have the privilege. Yes, I don't. It is a fact.
Order, Millie.
It is a fact. I don't have the privilege.
Millie, nothing personal. Let's order.
It is not personal, but it is a reality.
Take your seat. Just take your seat, Honorable Millie. Honorable Millie, you are my very good friend, and I know you very well. I know your situation, and we are friends, and we even talk and laugh about it. Let's not veer into what looks personal. Just address the issues he raised and convince the House. If they agree with him, we will recommit. If they don't agree with him, we'll dispose of the matter. But don't digress into what looks like something personal between the two of you, or he has and you don't have, or you have and he doesn't have.
Honorable Ichungwa has told me there are many other things I have which he doesn't, so I withdraw that. So I withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, having withdrawn that, yes, I just want to urge the House that legislation has to come to an end. We can't legislate for eternity. This bill needs to come to an end, for goodness sake. Let this bill come for third reading. Let it go to Senate. Let Senate consider it. They will either pass it or they will keep it as they kept it in the last three parliaments. I will still come back and I will push it because it's my life's purpose to be a voice of the voiceless in this House. And I will not stop, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I urge the House to oppose that motion by Honorable Kaluma.
Sane, what did you want to say?
Mr.
I truncated you because you're out of order then.
My senior has aptly put what I wanted to say, that the procedure of the House is so clear. This bill has been published, and Honorable Kaluma has been around. It went to second reading. His views were welcome. If he didn't participate, that means it went full throttle in terms of House procedure. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely a matter of filibustering that we want to delay this particular piece of legislation. It will be going to the Senate, and thereafter, should there be any contentious issue, it will be up for mediation. I entirely agree with Honorable Millie Odhiambo that this bill be allowed. It is time to run to the end. We don't have to waste time. We are filibustering about this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oundo.
Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. For sure, this bill has been with us for far too long. But it must come a time we must get it right. Because any mistake or any issue left uncleaned will just open up into unnecessary litigation, and the intended objective of getting it in operational will eventually be delayed. I'm attracted with the issue Honorable Kaluma has raised. And I say so with all intentions. I say so being a Catholic. As a Catholic chair, Honorable Speaker, a mother is a mother. A father is a father. You only become a father after the event. Any other person is just trying their luck. So honestly speaking, Honorable Kaluma has raised some fundamental issues. And I'd want to ask the seasoned legislator, the originator of the bill, that give us a chance. Those of us probably have got conservative views. And Honorable Speaker, I'm on record, I've told her I did not want to comment on this bill. For obviously my Catholic faith, and also have a history about the issue of assisted reproduction. I had a cousin who couldn't get children, and that's a fact. So I do believe a delay of 1 hour, because the committee of the whole house to attend what Kaluma is talking about, will take a very short period of time. With your guidance and wisdom, you can prioritize the same. Even tomorrow morning, we dispense of this matter so the bill proceeds to the next level. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support Honorable Kaluma.
Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to oppose the amendment and recommittal by Honorable Kaluma. Reason being, we have a responsibility as this Parliament to complete this law. Because if we don't complete it, we are then allowing illegalities to happen. Because currently, people are using the back door to have assisted reproductive technology. So we must legislate so that we ensure that there are some guidelines. Because right now it's happening. People are having surrogacy, and then after that, they adopt their own children. So they're using backdoor methods. And it is happening every day. So we will be seen as a Parliament that failed to pass a law, hence providing for space for it to be done in a way that can be abused. So let us proceed with it. Let's complete this bill, let it go to Senate. And in any case, a law is not fixed. It's not fixed. What will happen is, if in the future, after it is implemented, and we see that there are gaps, we will simply come and make an amendment to a few clauses, instead of killing a good bill that is actually needed in this country. And in other countries, this law is there. The law is in every single country except Kenya. We are the ones being irresponsible. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I oppose.
Yes, Karoli, to be fair to Kaluma, he's not moved any motion to kill the bill. Yes, Karoli.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think Honorable Kaluma can predict which direction I will go because this has been a long fight. We laugh about it. He says whenever this bill is in the House, I must be present to support my sister and great friend Millie. I rise to oppose the motion for the simple reason. Today, when we were at the Liaison Committee, I wanted to raise an issue before the bell suddenly rang. That how long does it take to process bills in this House? I've been struggling with this as a new member of Parliament. And I think our procedures and processes have to be reworked. In fact, I wanted to propose that the House puts up a team and experts to guide us. And this is one of the bills I wanted to use as an example. I have 8 bills that I've written and proposed. It has taken more than a year. None has been published. We have less than 24 months to go. I mean, we are winding, we are going round. I see what is happening in House of Commons. I see how the bills move fairly quickly. Here, it takes us donkey years to get bills processed. Even if I did not look at the merit of what Honorable Kaluma is proposing, I would oppose it. See, and members have so many bills, we can't process them. You look at the order paper, since we came to this House, this bill has been on the order paper. surely something has to be done. For that reason, I oppose. But even if we wanted to say the definition, I'll just use an example of male intended father. I think we have a maxim in law that you are deemed to have intended the consequences of your action. I don't think there'll ever be a parent who did not intend to parent if you choose to do whatever it takes to make a baby. You must, I don't want to go into that. But, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, I'm only intervening because the bill is not on the order paper. What I said is that the definition of the father which we passed as committee of the whole house is to say father means a male intended parent. And then mother as passed by the committee means a female intended parent. Not about consequences of your action. I'm saying those are not the definitions of mother and father. And Honorable Speaker, I'm not saying we are delaying. In fact, Honorable Speaker, let me confirm that the bill has drawn now, in terms of all the amendments the committee brought, were harmonized provisions. This bill is no longer the bill we had. We are doing so that we don't look like we are doing things for the sake of it. And it is not to delay. We are ready to proceed now. In 5 minutes, we'll be done. The matter proceeds.
Karoli, finish up.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me wind up by saying as follows. I think Honorable Kaluma has a second, has a chance.
There's another point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard Honorable Kaluma mention 3 times about this bill not being in the order paper. And my apologies that I have to indulge that I'm in the House Business Committee, and the issue came in the House Business Committee, and it was agreed that it will be in the supplementary order. I would want to know, so that it doesn't come in future, that I sneaked or I worked with the Speaker to sneak in. I just want us to be clear, Mr. Speaker. It's not sneaked in.
The Speaker will never conspire with any member to sneak anything. It will not happen, Millie. And anything on the order paper, the responsibility lies with only one person, the Speaker. Karoli?
Honorable Kaluma, I think you can have your second bite at the cherry by getting a colleague, senator, to pursue your amendments in the House. I think it's not lost. I think that is the way forward,
You've
so
made
that
your
we can
point,
close this
Karoli.
matter. Thank you.
Yes, Mwalimu Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I had spoken on this during the House business, and I was having a different opinion. I've also been a very consistent follower of this bill. And I want to declare that I've also been whipped. But after listening to Kaluma and the way we have operated with this law, and yourself, you have been very patient with this involvement and allowed everyone to be listened to. I also want to thank Dr. Nikal, because at one time when I was moderating, he came in to mediate in his own way. If we take a little time to just listen to Kaluma and then we make a decision, in fact, by the time the bill goes to Senate, the committees of mediation are made, done, it takes a long time. So I would be pleading with Honorable Millie that I know, yes, Kaluma has delayed or was not available last week, but it's better that we make a good law, we listen to Kaluma, and we conclude this thing very well, because after all, Honorable Speaker, we have taken long enough. You have been magnanimous to make sure that everybody involved, especially the two, so that we end it well and seize the matter very well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose Honorable Kaluma's proposal. Mr. Speaker, you know, members here have complained that it takes a long time to get our bills to be passed. And this bill has already gone through second reading. Members debated. It has gone to committee of the House. Members of this House sat and made certain serious decisions. Now it was just remaining for the House to actually, the question on third read, on the committee to be put, and then we go to third reading. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to oppose, because I think if we allow this to be the way we conduct business, then every business that comes on the floor of the House, then we'll just wait until we go to this stage, and then you recommit the whole bill again. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we allow this bill to proceed, because we already know that there is a way by which it can be cured. If there is any proposals that the honorable member has, he can actually go to Senate, because it's not the end of it. But at least for this House, let us do the fair thing to do and support it so that we can move to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Zamzam, huyo ndio wa mwisho.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuongezea nikisema kuwa Mheshimiwa Spika, mjadala huu imekuwa hapa kwenye bunge kwa muda mrefu sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na kuna kina mama kule nje na wale ambao wanandoa wanahangaika sana, na ni vyema kuwa wapewe nao nafasi yao ya kuweza kupata vizazi Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kusema Mheshimiwa Kaluma, ulikuwa hapa bungeni wakati ule hii bili na haukuwepo hiyo siku. Kwa hiyo isije kuwa ndo sababu ya wewe kuja nyuma tena kuja kuzuia ikachukua muda mrefu. Hizi bills zikipita baadaye, hata baada ya miezi 6 waweza kuja na ile kutaka kuweza kuamend, ukaleta amendments zako na zikachukuliwa Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi namuunga mkono dadangu Milina, nasema hii bili iweze kupita, kwenye matatizo wapate nafuu, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona hata kwenye mahospitali kuna wazazi ambao wamekuwa wanaibiwa watoto kwa sababu kuna mtu mahali ana tamaa ya kupata mtoto aitwe mama. Kwa hiyo kama kuna mwanya umetokea wewe kusaidiwa katika sheria, afadhali tuweze kupatia nafasi hii bili iweze kupita na wao pia waweze kupata faraja. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Members on their feet, take your seats. DK and Richard, take your seats. Yes, Dr. Nyikal.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I actually arise to oppose the recommittal. Because, Mr. Speaker, this bill was actually passed here. It went to the Senate, it lapsed. And I took a very active part. This bill came back, Mr. Speaker, and we actually gone through it. And we went through harmonization, we went on retreat, we came back, it came here, again there was disagreement. We then went and I actually undertook, and we took almost a month going through this bill, almost line by line again, and we almost finished. Last week when it came, the very areas that we are talking about here are the ones that came. Honorable Kaluma was not in. He did not leave somebody to actually prosecute. Honorable Millie actually tried, yes, if it could be allowed.
Yeah, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, not on the substance of the matter, but Honorable Speaker, comments are being made about my absence from the House, as if Honorable Nyikal, Honorable Millie, and even the House did not know why I was not there. Honorable Speaker, on the day that was scheduled for this bill to be transacted last Wednesday, we were doing the memorial prayers of the late Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga at Raila Odinga Stadium in Homa Bay, my constituency. And indeed, we planned it, including with Honorable Millie, and I told them with Honorable Nyikal. So they knew I was tied there. I could not stop what is preventing. And honorable members, you know I'm a very hardworking MP. I never failed to be in the House. So that is why I was not there. May it not go on record that it was because of dereliction of duty. In fact, I think
actually gave you permission to be away, so it's not
I
an
imagine a match was being stolen on me, but I'm not into that. I'm saying let us conclude this process.
Nyikal, finish up.
So, Mr. Speaker, I leave you because you know the rules of the House more than anybody, see understanding orders. And what happens when one is not able to be there, that I leave to you to decide. But Mr. Speaker, even the issues that are being raised that sound are very odd, like an intended parent. This is because we have the issue of surrogacy here and assisted fertilization, a reproductive process which is assisted. And therefore, you are going to even have agreements. And those agreements, you will have to indicate who is in the agreement about the parents. That is where the intended issue comes. And so, even the other about the court case, that we argued a lot in harmonization. And it was agreed that will be left to court. There must be processes that will come. So with that, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, let this bill be passed. Let's not recommit it. Whatever we do, bills always come here and amendments come and we do it. Let it go and be tried out there. Out there, people are actually going on with assisted reproduction without a law to guide the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members on their feet. Take your seats. Kiborek. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the motion for agreement, that the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House be amended by inserting the words, subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 7, 2, 4, 7, 8, 14, 30, and 52, immediately after the phrase 61 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Now we go back to the order paper called order. Members on their feet, take your CNN, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that the House do agree with the report. Order. Which is that the House do agree with the report of the Committee of the whole House on its consideration of the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 61 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 61 of 2022 be now read a third time, and also request Honorable Irene Mayaka to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Thank you. Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 61 of 2022 be now read a third time. I put the question. Umulher, what are you doing on your feet? Is that Umulher or Jeho? Sorry to Umulher, Jeho. After I put the question. Eh? Now, you can say something now if you wish. Before I put the question.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the House for considering this bill up to where we are. And I want to urge the House to unanimously now pass the bill. Honorable Speaker, the bill we now have, we had a bill of 52 clauses. During harmonization, we rewrote all those 52 clauses so that it is not the bad bill that we had. It is a bill which has been passed in terms of harmonized provisions. Honorable Speaker, because you've given me a chance to speak, Honorable Speaker, we were worried about definition of things like couple in the bill. We have clarified them. We've now made assisted reproductive technology or surrogacy available in this country, Honorable Speaker, only for Kenyans and only for those Kenyans who are certified by a medical expert as incapable of natural conception and of carrying pregnancy to term. And so, Honorable Speaker, people may take it lightly, but Honorable Speaker, surrogacy, more so commercial surrogacy, which we have prohibited here, has been a pathway, Honorable Speaker, for people to create children for organ harvesting, child pornography, and others. Honorable Speaker, we may take it lightly, but Honorable Speaker, when Russia raided Ukraine, you remember there is a complaint that between 20 and 30,000 children were disappeared with into Russia. To date, Honorable Speaker, you've not seen the mothers and the fathers of those children, coming to claim them. This is because Ukraine opened itself in the entire Europe to commercial surrogacy and therefore to fertility tourism. Honorable Speaker, in this bill, we've cleaned it up, and I want to thank Honorable Nyikal, I want to thank Honorable Mili, that together we have worked through a bill that in as much as we'll be seeking a few cleanups in the Senate, and I would request that those cleanups do not delay this bill. This now is a good law that only permits altruistic surrogacy, not commercial surrogacy. And I would urge, Honorable Speaker, with gratitude, that we now pass the bill subject to other legal processes. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'll now put the question. You have already moved, so you can't speak to it again, unless on a point of order which you haven't raised. I now put the question, honorable members, which is that the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 61 of 2022, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you, honorable members. Go ahead, clerk.
A bill for an act
Order,
of
Millie. The process is not over. Take your seat.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation of assisted reproductive technology, to prohibit certain practices in connection with assisted reproductive technology, to establish an reproductive technology directorate, to make provisions in relation to children born of assisted reproductive technology processes and for connected purposes.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you for finally bringing to an end this long, protracted process. I think, Honorable Mili, you should also thank your colleague Kaluma for his tremendous industry in making your bill have a moral color and make it applicable to our country without giving a window to foreigners to come in our country and do things that are unacceptable to us. And I want to thank you, Millie. I know I also have relatives who live in your situation, and they will benefit from this. And I also know friends who live in your situation and will benefit from this. And I want to salute you, Millie. Very few people own up their situation and do what you have done. The majority of people live in denial of what they are. It's in the terms and words of a poet called Grant Morgan, heaven has a place for people like you. Before we call the next order, Honorable Nyikal, I also thank you for your peripheral industry in getting this bill to where it has come. Honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation from the World Scout Parliamentary Union that is in the Speaker's Gallery. I wish to introduce to you a delegation of Scout-oriented parliamentarians from across the world who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation, led by the Global President of the World Scout Parliamentary Union, Honorable Yu Bak-an, comprises members of the World Scouts Parliamentary Union, International Executive Committee, and the National Chapter representatives from Thailand, Morocco, Korea, Luxembourg, Somalia, Croatia, Portugal, Sudan, and Tanzania, who are attending the 11th World Scouts Parliamentary Union General Assembly, being hosted by the Parliament of Kenya, the State Department for Devolution, and the World Scouts Parliamentary Union Kenya Secretariat from 9th to 13th November 2025 at Safari Park Hotel and Casino. The conference was opened this morning by my able deputy representing the Speaker. As you know, I am the patron of the Scouts movement in Kenya. Honorable members, the delegation is accompanied by officials from the World Organization of Scout Movement and representatives from the State Department of Devolution and World Scouts Parliamentary Union Kenya Secretariat. Honorable members, on my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements for the duration of the visit. And for the record, I allowed Honorable Undo to come here wearing a scarf, which is not part of designated attire because of the special day. Don't come dressed like that after today. KJ, 1 minute. Yes, after KJ.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I join you in welcoming this very impressive delegation of parliamentarians in scouting and scouts who are visiting of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we are coming straight out of the opening ceremony, 11th World Scout Parliamentary Union, and Kenya makes history by hosting, Mr. Speaker, and we want to celebrate your leadership as the patron of this very most active caucus in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the deliberations that are going on are coming up just after a very impressive and successful youth assembly that was held in the scouting capital of the world, Nyeri County. We had over 1,000 youth who were able to sit through panels, through discussions, through sessions on the theme of the year, Mr. Speaker, and they have made resolutions that shall be coming up at the General Assembly. In the General Assembly, Mr. Speaker, as you have said, we've got an impressive number of visiting delegations as Kenya leads the drive towards expanding WSPU in Africa. Mr. Speaker, as you said, they are members of Parliament, their secretariat, and I also want to add that, Mr. Speaker, we have the President Emeritus of the World Scout Parliamentary Union, he himself a former member of Parliament of Thailand, Honorable Dr. Dasan Najali Thamrong, who is the WSPU Global President Emeritus. And in this Parliament around the world, Mr. Speaker, the one speaking is now the first Vice President of WSPU globally and the President of WSPU in Kenya. And Kenya is vying. Kenya shall be a candidate to be the President of WSPU Global, and this might happen in this General Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for all the support that we have received from Parliament, all the way from protocol to hosting to even the programming. And Mr. Speaker, we are ever so grateful for the leadership that you have given WSPU as our patron. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I join you in welcoming the Scouts to the House. Scouts, we!
Order.
Scouts, we!
Order. I can
much.
send you out of the House. And the visitors, you are totally out of order. This is not a Scout arena. This is at the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. KJ, can you apologize to the House for that misconduct?
Mr. Speaker, Scouts are very orderly, and I want to apologize and withdraw because this is a chant that probably was overflowing. And I want to also apologize on behalf of my guests. We are coming out of the excitement of the opening ceremony, Mr. Speaker, and you would understand that excitement. I apologize and I withdraw the chant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Millie. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also take this opportunity to welcome them to the House. Mr. Speaker, I was a troop leader of the Brownies, and I still remember my promise. I promise on my honor to do my duty to God and my country, to serve all people at all times, and to obey the Brownies law. And that is why I can see you are obeying the law. We as guides, Brownies, we obey the law. And I want to say that this is a very good movement that has very good Christian principles. And I want to say that not only was I raised a Christian, went to Catholic schools, also have a Pentecostal persuasion and Seventh-day Adventist. So I'm all-rounded Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I join everybody, including KJ, in welcoming the Scouts, their leadership globally and nationally, to the House of Parliament. I'm your patron in this country, and we will be with you in your discourse in the meetings. My able deputy was there to open the meeting this morning, representing me, and we will continue supporting the conference until you finish. When you are done with the conference, for our visitors, don't forget to visit our national parks, which are renowned worldwide. The Masai Mara, Amboseli, Nairobi, Nakuru, Meru, all of those. Thank you very much. All the honorable members, I won't give you another bite. You will start doing irrelevancies. Yes, what is your information? Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, appreciating your invite for our delegation to visit the national parks, it's just to let the House know that these scouts woke up very early today morning. By 5 a.m., they were up and ready to go to the game park, and they were able to see the wonder of a city that has a game park within the city precincts, and so they have visited our national park, the Nairobi National Park. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, we'll go back to order number 8 and dispose of the T amendment bill. Brighton Yegon, when we call out the bill, you are not here. Wait for it to be called. You'll have to tender an apology for late coming. Then I give you an opportunity to respond.
Order number 8, the T Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023, second reading, mover to reply.
Brighton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I was not there when you called because we were planning for a schedule. You gave us a 3 weeks deadline to conduct an inquiry into the T issues, and we were with the clerk trying to organize a schedule for that. So sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, for a record, T Amendment Bill 2023 is trying to achieve the issue of direct sales. Mr. Speaker, when we did the Tea Act 2020, we took all our teas to discover their prices in the tea auction in Mombasa. Little did we know that it was going to create chaos. It was going to create so much accumulation of tea, and that's the reason why we want factories now to be able to negotiate directly with the buyers and dispose of their teas directly to the buyers. Mr. Speaker, 95% of our teas are sold outside the country. We only consume 5% of the teas that we produce in Kenya. And that is the reason why...
Honorable Brighton Yegon, you are replying to the bill, but you're talking as if you are moving the bill. When you are replying, you are either appreciating the contributions of members or clarifying controversial issues raised or concurring with them and then eventually replying. But now you are addressing the House as if you are moving the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the members of this House for accepting the fact that direct sales, this bill is trying to create direct sales, T-board, giving proper funding to T-board so that they can be able to handle their function, giving proper funding to Tea Research Institute, and also trying to achieve the value addition. Mr. Speaker, thank you for also giving us a go-ahead to do an inquiry, and this will assist our tea industry in the coming days when we finally do a report. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you. Order, Professor, take your seat. Basil, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is the Tea Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to
Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of the amendment to Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Sections 3 and 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the amendment to Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 2(6) of the Constitution of Kenya, which provides that the treaties and conventions ratified by Kenya shall form part of the laws of Kenya, and the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, which provides the procedure for the making and ratification of treaties, the Cabinet Secretary submitted to the National Assembly a memorandum on the ratification of the amendment to Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union, the Protocol. The amendment protocol and the accompanying memorandum were tabled in the House on the 14th February 2017 and committed to the committee pursuant to Article Order 170A1. The committee could not conclude the consideration of the ratification of the protocol as it was submitted towards the tail end of the 11th Parliament, and therefore included the matter as pending business in its exit report pursuant to Article Order 200A(1)(b). Honorable Speaker, the objective of the memorandum was to do the following. 1, inform the National Assembly of the approval of the heads of states of the partner states of the East African Community of the amendment to Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol on Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. Number 2, inform the National Assembly that the Cabinet at its 16th meeting held in 28 July 2016 approved the ratification of the amendment to Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol. And 3, seek the approval of the National Assembly for the Republic of Kenya to ratify the amendment of Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol. Honorable Speaker, the Protocol commenced on the 1st of January 2005 upon ratification by the 3 founding partner states. This was before the accession of the treaty by the republics of Rwanda and Burundi, who later acceded to the treaty, and by extension, the protocol in the year 2007. Article 24(1) of the protocol establishes the East African Community Trade Remedy Committee to, among others, handle matters pertaining to rules of origin, anti-dumping measures, subsidies, and countervailing measures, safeguard measures, dispute settlements, and any other matters referred to the committee by the Council of Ministers established by Article 9 of the treaty. Article 24(2) of the protocol limits the members of the Trade Remedies Committee, TRC, to 9, which, with each partner state nominating 3 members competent in matters of trade, customs, and law. It is worth noting that at the time of the EAC Protocol on Customs Union, when it came into force in 2005, the EAC was of 3 partner states, being Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Given that more partner states have joined the community since then, the capped members under Article 24(2)(a) would not allow additional partner states to nominate their members to the EAC Trade Remedies Committee. Honorable Speaker, to remedy this anomaly, the 10th Ordinary Meeting of the Heads of States, held on the 29th of April 2009, approved the amendment of Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol to read as follows. The committee shall be composed of members qualified and competent in the matters of trade, customs, and law, therefore removing the the limitations of 9 members. Article 1181B of the Constitution provides that Parliament shall facilitate public participation and involvement of the legislative and other business of Parliament and its committees. Further, Section 8.3 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act number 18 of 2012 provides that the relevant parliamentary committee shall, during its consideration of the treaty, ensure public participation in the ratification process in accordance with the laid down parliamentary procedure. Pursuant to Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution of Kenya and Section 8 of the Treaty Making Ratification Act Cap 4D and Standing Order 170A2, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advert in the print media on Wednesday, the 8th of October 2025, inviting the public to submit memorandum by Monday, 20th October 2025 at 5 p.m. By the close of the submission deadline, the committee had received 1 memorandum from the African Women's Studies Center, AWSC, of the University of Nairobi, proposing the inclusion of a gender-balanced requirement in the nomination of members of the EAC Committee on Trade Remedies. In addition, the committee held consultative meetings with the officials from the Ministry of East African Community, the ASALs, the Regional Development, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, the Ministry of Investment, on the ratification of the amendments of the Article 24(2)A of the protocol. And Honorable Speaker, you remember during the KEPSA meeting that we had, the Speaker's Roundtable meeting, that something felt and the bottleneck issues that are currently in place, and therefore the members of the Trade Committee, when we had a meeting between ourselves and the Trade Committee, were also very persuading us to ensure that we actually pass this on time because it's actually affecting them. Honorable Speaker, having considered the ratification of the amended Article 24(2)A of the protocol, the committee recommends that pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act Cap 4D, this House approves the ratification of the amendment to operationalize the TRC and enhance Kenya's participation in the EAC Customs Union. Honorable Speaker, currently it is only Burundi that has managed to ratify this particular protocol. Kenya would be the second one. And Honorable Speaker, because we are hosting the summit in December in our country, as our president, who is the current chair of EAC exists, we would really like to ensure that we do this before our president exits. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank you and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly most sincerely for the invaluable support accorded to the committee in discharging mission. Is that this had actually come in the previous parliament and they were not able to pass it. So I thank you and the Office of the Clerk for assisting us to ensure that we actually do prioritize this particular report. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Committee of Regional Integration and pursuant to Standing Order 199(6), it is my pleasant duty to move this motion that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of the amendment of Article 24(2)A of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Sections 3 and 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the amendment to Article 24(2)A of the Protocol on Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I request the Honorable Naomi Wako of the Committee on Regional Integration to second the motion. I thank you.
Naomi Wako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And our chair has put it very well, and the entire committee is aware, and we are in support of this. And without many words, I want to say that I second and question to be put so that we can progress.
Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of the amendment to Article 24(2)A of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union, laid on the table of the House and pursuant to the provisions of Section 3 and 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the amendment to Article 24.2a of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. Yes, Kimani? Pardon? Kimani Ichung'wah.
Oh.
Kimani of Molo, you know your standing orders say that you yield space to your leaders.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, I had to insist which Kimani.
Yes.
Because there's Kimani Ichung'wah and Kuria Kimani.
And Kuria Kimani has hijacked Kimani Ichung'wah.
Now, Kuria Kimani, who happens to be my son, wanted to take my position. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, cognizant to what the chair has said, we now have an expanded EAC, an East African community that is beyond the traditional three countries of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, with the Republic of Somalia, Southern Sudan. Has Southern Sudan joined? Southern Sudan, yes. Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, all now being part of the EAC. Therefore, it's important to amend this protocol to ensure that they're also represented in the Trade Remedies Committee. But, Honorable Speaker, even as we accommodate all these good neighbors, it is important, Honorable Speaker, that we speak to them, especially those who are also very restrictive. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, because some time back, although it was in an election year, I saw one of our neighboring states seek to determine what kind of businesses that foreigners, including Kenyans, Ugandans, and other countries in the East African region, can and cannot participate in that particular neighboring state. And therefore, we must also, in the spirit of the East African Cooperation, have open borders, and that is the entire spirit of the East African Cooperation, and even the African Free Trade Area, to have open boundaries, because numbers come with a bigger market, Honorable Speaker, and they help in the growth of our economies, and trade, intra-African trade, intra-East African trade, is good not for individual countries, but also for the region and for Africa as a whole. And therefore, I support this particular amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I also join my colleagues in thanking the committee for bringing this very important motion. But, Mr. Speaker, we must always say the truth. The East African community is going through serious challenges. Many states don't contribute. There are petty regional rivalries. This is the second time after the collapse of the East African community, Mr. Speaker, and you know the reasons that led to the collapse, that this community is facing serious challenges. Mr. Speaker, Kenya as a leading nation, as a leading economic hub, as a leading regional hub, Mr. Speaker, should always lead from the front. Mr. Speaker, as our Speaker and as a former Minister for Foreign Affairs, as a person who has seen this, I think it is the high time that we occupy our rightful place and not allow ourselves to be sucked into the petty regional competition, Mr. Speaker, that derail the very initiative, the very objective of having this very important regional bloc, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the origin, the establishment of this protocol of the East African Community Custom Union was ratified in 2005. 2005, Mr. Speaker, is almost 20 years ago, Mr. Speaker, by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And this laid the foundation for external tariff and liberalization of the inter-regional trade, Mr. Speaker. This milestone, Mr. Speaker, marked a defining step towards an economic integration and collective prosperity for the East African community. Mr. Speaker, what followed was the establishment of Trade Remedies Committee, Mr. Speaker. This has taken a very long time, Mr. Speaker. It's not our making. We have been told only Burundi. Kenya should have been the first. We should have shown the example. We should have led actually by example. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of things that right now, the issue of rules of origin, the issue of anti-dumping, Mr. Speaker, the issue of safeguard measures for our commodities, all these have been challenged, Mr. Speaker, and these rules, the issue of dispute settlement,
If these rules were passed on, Mr. Speaker, you are aware what happened to a Kenyan businessman in Tanzania the other day. Kenyan businessmen in Southern Sudan. Kenyan businessmen in DRC, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I'm saying, regardless of what is happening right now in the region, and I want to appeal to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Regional Development, and the entire presidency, Mr. Speaker, and Parliament through parliamentary initiative, parliamentary diplomacy, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we don't compete and equate Kenya to, Mr. Speaker, to some of the struggling economies that we have been babysitting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is a leading nation, and I dare say this, and this is what the president keeps on saying this. We should now be somewhere else in the league of developed nations, Mr. Speaker, not in the league of struggling nations. Because what we have failed to do is to look forward, Mr. Speaker, and compare ourselves with developed nations. What we do is we have become an inward-looking nation. We look around, we look at the frontline states, Mr. Speaker, and this is one thing that has really made us not to develop, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the committee, but Mr. Speaker, I say this committee being the oversight committee, make sure Kenya contributes. Make sure that I'm told, Mr. Speaker, some of the members of the East African community are not getting their allowances simply because many states have failed or have delayed, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it the high time that we go bold and say, please, the member states, and I know Somalia has just recently joined, if you don't make these contributions, how will our representative, Mr. Speaker, in Arusha work? Madam Chair and the entire team, let's make sure we provide leadership. Let's make sure we contribute. Let's make sure we don't equate ourselves to the other people, the other region, so that Kenya is seen as the leading nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now, because of the election and different disputes and these other issues that are happening right now, I beg to say, Mr. Speaker, there's something that we can do as Parliament and ensure that these other member states see Kenya as a very good example to emulate. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, for considering reminding us the importance of seniority. When I grow up, I want to be the majority leader of this House. And when I grow much older, I want to serve as many terms as the longest serving member, the Honorable Kainan. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable CP Irene Mayaka and the team for ratifying these particular protocols, Honorable Speaker. However, I have only two additional comments to make. If we have to be in this East African community protocol, we must be really in a community protocol. And the treatment that we do for goods and services that move from these other countries to our country, the same way we are hospitable, we allow this free trade, is the same way they should allow free trade from our country to their countries, Honorable Speaker. Because what we're experiencing is where some of our goods, where we have a competitive advantage, when they go to a neighboring country, Honorable Speaker, they give all manner of excuses and even illegal tariffs to disallow our goods to move to this particular country, Honorable Speaker. And second, Honorable Speaker, is to the issue of East African customs tariffs, Honorable Speaker. You know, taxation, according to our constitution, the mandate of taxation is only given to Parliament, and specifically the National Assembly for national taxes and county assemblies, Honorable Speaker, for county levies, Honorable Speaker. However, there is East African tariffs that we have rooted this power to the ministers of finance across the East African community. However, Honorable Speaker, when these particular customs are being changed across the EAC, there is no active public participation among the respective Honorable Speaker. And this is an urge to the ministers of finance across the East African country that we have donated this power of taxation through enactment of the East African tariffs, Honorable Speaker, to be more consultative, so that our traders and business people are not waking up to hear that there is an import duty that is imposed to a crucial product that affects the price of that particular product, that affects the ease of doing business, that affects the cost of doing business and the profitability of business without involving the citizens of their respective countries. I beg to support, Honorable Speaker.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze pia kupigia upatu mjadala ambao umeletwa na dada yangu Irene Mayaka. Mheshimiwa Spika, Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki inazidi kupanuka, Mheshimiwa Spika, na ni dhahiri kuwa mkataba ambao ulikuwa umewekwa toka hapo awali unaweza kuwaacha wengine nje, Mheshimiwa Spika, na ni seme hivi, kwa vile wengi sana wanaingia kuja kujiunga na Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ni vema nao wakipata mwanya wa kuweza kupata masala ya kufanya kuwa na biashara huru kutoka mpaka hadi mpaka mwingine, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hata hivyo niweze kukukoteza kuwa biashara, Mheshimiwa Spika, kutoka mataifa ambayo yako kwenye Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, lakini kuna wakati mwingine wanabiashara wanapata wakati mgumu sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, taifa la Kenya ni taifa ambalo linapenda wageni sana na ni taifa ambalo linakaribisha watu wengi sana. Wakenya ni watu ambao wanapenda wageni, ni watu ambao wanapenda kuamiliana na watu wa mataifa mengine kwa uzuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ni hivi ndio mimi ningeomba pia mataifa mengine ambao tumeingia katika mkataba nao waweze kuacha biashara ya Wakenya, wakiingia kule kufanya biashara wawe na uhuru zaidi, wasiweke masharti ambao ni magumu sana. Wengine wanatatizika, biashara zao zinachukuliwa, wakati ambapo tuna maelewano sisi kama Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki kuweza kufanya biashara pamoja na kutembea kutoka nchi hii na nchi ile, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo ni muhimu sana hizi sheria tuweze kuongezea, kwa sababu sasa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki inazidi kukua, inazidi kupanuka, na hawa ni ndugu zetu ambao tunahitajiana. Na kama tunataka pia taifa la Kenya, kama anavyosema rais, tutoke kwenye third world tuende kwenye first world, ni kitu ambacho kinawezekana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Utapata wengine wanakuwa na upinzani, pengine wanacheka, kama juzi nimeona mmoja katika upinzani anacheka akisema inawezekanaje. Hao kama hawana maono, rais ana maono na taifa hili na anajua kuna mikakati akiweka vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya itakuwa kwenye ramani ya dunia kama taifa ambalo limeendelea na taifa ambalo limejidhibiti, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi naunga mkono na nasema ni muhimu hizi sheria tuweze kuzibadilisha kidogo ili tuweze kuwakumbatia wale wengine ambao wameingia katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I also rise to support the motion by the Committee of Regional Integration on its consideration of the amendment to the Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol on the establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. Mr. Speaker, ideally, the purpose behind this integration is so that we can deepen and widen the integration, so that we can have as many countries as possible within the region joining, and also to make sure that we can be able to trade appropriately. But Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this is just the beginning of a long journey, because the idea behind the integration is to end up one day with a political federation. And Mr. Speaker, this is the first step. So if we can get the first step right, then what happens to the common market that we have to get? What happens to the monetary union that we have to develop? And so that we can be able to finally reach the point where we can have the political federation, which is the ultimate goal. So I support that we be able to make that change so that we can allow more countries to be able to deal with us. But Mr. Speaker, it's important to note this, that once we have, once we finalize, then what will happen is that the political federation will have such a big market that every one of the citizens of all the partner states will actually be better off. Because what makes us fail as a country is sometimes when the market is not big enough. So when we expand better. But we want to also ask that as we proceed, the idea behind that we came up with, that we have open borders, that we can be able to walk in to any one of these countries, let that be strengthened, Mr. Speaker, because unfortunately there's still the requirement that we produce passports or passes that are actually presented there at the point of, of crossing over. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important. We need to ask that all our partner states respect human rights. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen happen in Tanzania to Kenyans that are there, and these are partner states, what we have seen happen to our Kenyans in Uganda is unfair. And Mr. Speaker, it's important that as partner states, do what we will do to your people. Do not be unfair to us. We do not abduct citizens of these countries. We do not kill them. So it's important that we respect each other so that this federation and this community can grow by leaps and bounds. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the committee's report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order, understanding order number 95. Mr. Speaker, now that we are all in agreement with the reports, I beg that the mover be called to reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, is it the mood that we call the mover to reply? Now I'll put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity, although I know Honorable Millie really wanted to speak, she didn't get the opportunity, but as it has been observed, that most members are in agreement with this particular report. And I want to take this opportunity to first of all thank the Committee on Regional Integration for their dedication and burning the midnight oil so that we can do this as fast as possible. To the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk, and to the members who've also participated in actually supporting this particular report. And Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Honorable Zamzam when she says that we want as a country, and we agree with the President, that we want to move from the third world to the first world. And one of the things that will ensure that this country is leading from the front within our ESC community is by taking the lead on such things. So, Honorable Speaker, also allow me to inform the Honorable Kainan, because he had inquired on whether or not as Kenya we are making contributions. I want to confirm to him that we are actually up to date with our contributions in the ESC. So we are actually leading from the front as a country. With those few remarks, I reply.
Thank you. I now put the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of the amendment to Article 24(2)A of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 3 and 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the amendment to Article 24(2)A of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Do those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank the chairperson of the Finance and National Planning Committee and all members of this committee for the very diligent work that they put in consideration of this bill after its first reading, and more importantly, for conducting a very laudable public participation exercise and tabling their reports in a very timely manner. And I must commend this Finance Committee because they have now set the standard for this House on how and what constitutes qualitative and quantitative public participation, because they have been going around the country and listening to Kenyans on many aspects, and especially those that touch on the running of our economy. And this is one bill, Honorable Speaker, that is proposing to create a legal framework for the enhanced corporate governance and greater accountability of state-owned enterprises, or in the performance of what are government-owned or state-owned enterprises. Honorable Speaker, government-owned enterprises are state corporations, in the long and short of it, that are created to either for commercial activities or even for provision of what would otherwise be social or state obligations to its people. And many of our state corporations, Honorable Speaker, were established, some through under the Companies Act, many others through various acts of parliament, some even by legal notices, and others are established through regulations, Honorable Speaker. And this is the kind of framework that we have had over the years. And the principal objects of this bill is to ensure that all these government-owned enterprises now, whether they were created through acts of parliament, whether they were done through gazette notices or legal notices, Honorable Speaker, or even under various other instruments, legal instruments, that they are now all governed under the Companies Act, and with the coming into force of this bill, when it becomes an act of parliament, if adopted by the House, all our state-owned enterprises or government-owned enterprises will now be registered as limited liability companies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these changes are informed by policy decisions and part of the reform package that was spoken to for those who remember, when we moved the medium-term strategy paper at the beginning of this year, in February of this year, actually. These are some of the reforms that we did speak to that will be carried out in the course of this year, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, on the 3rd of November, 2023, the Cabinet had approved an ownership policy for government-owned enterprises in Kenya, and also approved the commencement of the necessary legal reforms to give effect to the provisions of the ownership policy. And 5 is a translation now into law of the ownership policy, and is part of the wider and ongoing initiatives to deepen governance reforms in state corporations or the state corporation sector. And the proposals in the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill of 2025 are therefore informed by lessons from past experiences in Kenya and by established good corporate governance practices around the world, Honorable Speaker. And it is from this policy for government-owned enterprises, ownership policy, that this bill has borrowed from. And these reforms, Honorable Speaker, the government-owned enterprises reforms, at any one time, reflect the policy agenda of any government, which takes into account the domestic and global dynamics at the time. And that is why I said, Honorable Speaker, for our case, the reform plan is aimed at achieving a few key objectives, as outlined, as I said, in the medium-term development plan, which we passed as a House in February or late February this year, and towards the beginning of March, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, when we see legislative proposals come into the House, Honorable Speaker, they're all coming from nowhere. Because I've seen many people politicking out there saying, oh, government enterprises are being sold, government enterprises are being privatized. You know, shockingly, the people who see these things are members of parliament who actively participated in the passage of the medium-term development plan that spoke to these things, that a time would come that pursuant to the policy, the ownership policy that had been passed in November of 2023, we will now legislate, and we are now at that point of legislating on the government-owned enterprises. And Honorable Speaker, I've said part of the reform package objectives is one, to build resilience within our economy to enable it to withstand any future shocks, Honorable Speaker. 2 is to mobilize private sector resources to fund priority public infrastructure through innovative measures. And such innovative measures, Honorable Speaker, is what you've seen, that for the first time in over 40 years, this nation has never been able to build a stadium of the standard of Kasarani or Nyayo National Stadium. But we are now building a new stadium, Talanta Stadium on Gong Road. After 40 years, that is double the size of Nyayo, no, almost triple the size of Nyayo, because it's a 60,000 capacity stadium and double the size of Kasarani in terms of capacity. We would not have been able to do this without having innovative ways, Honorable Speaker, of funding these capital-intensive projects, Honorable Speaker. We are now talking about expanding Rironi, Mau Summit, all the way to Malaba Road, a road where Kenyans, especially in the run-up to Christmas like now, People going to the western part of Kenya spend hours, nights on that road. But we have to be innovative in how we finance these projects, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, that's why I said the first objective is to build resilience within our economy, to ensure that we're able to do those capital-intensive projects without overburdening taxpayers. Therefore, when you hear people out there oppose privatization, oppose some of these bills that we bring here, Honorable Speaker, in forums outside of Parliament, and they are members of Parliament, please tell them, for those of us out there, tell these members of Parliament, you are the ones who passed those laws in Parliament. You are the ones who passed the medium-term development plan. You are the ones who passed the privatization policy and the Privatization Act, which is a bill that is now an act of Parliament. And all these things are being done pursuant to that. Honorable Speaker, the other objective is to ensure that our capital markets develop. And Honorable Speaker, privatization provides diversity of bankable investments by the private sector through increased capital market liquidity and strengthening the financial sector, hence mitigate capital flight and sustaining macro and fiscal credibility of our economy. Therefore, the third objective is to ensure that we develop our capital markets, to ensure that Kenyans are not investing in the London Stock Exchange or the New York Stock Exchange, but are investing through our capital markets authority in the Nairobi Stock Exchange, and therefore ensuring that there is liquidity in our own economy and to grow our economy. The other objective is to enhance equitable development across the country, and reforms that are taken especially across the agricultural sector, like in the sugar, cotton, coffee, and milk subsectors, are aimed at ensuring that there is regional or there is promotion of regional development across the entire spectrum of our nation. Because, Honorable Speaker, the sugar subsector and those from the sugar belt in Western Kenya, Nyanza, and parts of our coast region will bear us witness that without the reforms that have been enacted in the sugar sector was one of the sectors in our agricultural sector that were dying. Honorable Speaker, we've been able to rescue this sector, and just like also the cotton industry or the cotton sector in parts of coast and Nyanza and Western Kenya, that is now vibrant, Honorable Speaker, because of the reforms package that have come with it. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I said, this bill will in a great way ensure that we are able to transition at least roughly about 80 state corporations or government-owned enterprises that were registered either under those that are listed under Schedule 2 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, many of which you see are state corporations that were registered under various acts of parliament, and others under Schedule 2, the second schedule, sorry, that was the first schedule, a list of about 66 government-owned enterprises that are registered under various state corporations acts, like the National Housing Corporation, Kenya Literature Bureau, the Kenya Pipeline Corporation itself, that's under the Kenya Pipeline Act. You will see Simlo Seeds, Kipchambo Tea, the Commodities Fund. Therefore, it tells you, Honorable Speaker, that many of these corporations were registered under various acts of parliament. There are also others, major ones like the Kenya Ports Authority, again, a number of those on the second schedule that may have been incorporated through legal notices. And therefore, we will transition all these companies and move them to be registered under the Companies Act. And therefore, of the private sector players into the management and running of these state corporations, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we speak about building resilience in our economy, Honorable Speaker, we cannot do so without ensuring that we also leverage on capital or resources that are there in the private sector. And one of the best ways of leveraging on this private sector capital is to ensure that some of these state-owned enterprises also bring in the expertise in their management and governance structure of the private sector. And therefore, through privatization, as we said here, Honorable Speaker, when we're moving the privatization bill, we will be able to bring in private sector expertise and capital into the running of state-owned enterprises, and therefore enhance their corporate governance structures, including how you structure their boards and how you manage those particular companies, now as companies, limited companies, not as state-owned corporations established under Acts of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, the bill clearly outlines what it seeks to achieve, and it is comprehensively listed, as I said, in the bill without going into the specific details. But some of the primary objectives, again, of the bill are to establish an ownership regime and legal framework for better performance of government-owned enterprises and the effective creation of value for members of the public who have invested in these companies, Honorable Speaker, that are owned by the people of Kenya through the government. 2 is to establish a government structure that facilitates achievement of commercial objectives of government-owned enterprises. Because again, Honorable Speaker, there are many enterprises that are created for commercial purposes or for profit, but many of them that are government-owned either do not turn a profit or they turn out losses at the end of every year. Some were intended to be paying dividends to the government or the national treasury. They hardly ever do that. It's only in the recent past, Honorable Speaker, that you have seen when His Excellency the President actually made it compulsory that state corporations must pay dividends to the national treasury. And you have seen some, like the Kenya Pipeline, pay dividends of at least up to 5 billion, 7 billion shillings a year. I think the last dividends they paid was about 5 billion shillings. But these companies, you can derive more value from them, Honorable Speaker, even without owning them 100%. 2, Honorable Speaker, or 3, is to enhance accountability and appropriate incentives for government-owned enterprises to operate on commercial principles. Because again, Honorable Speaker, many of our government-owned enterprises don't operate on commercial principles. And there's a lot of laxity in the management and governance structures of these state-owned enterprises, simply because they are run as parastatals, and there's also over-interference, even as much as the State Corporations Act makes it compulsory that parastatals or state-owned enterprises are not appendages of ministries or state departments. But we have seen, and those who sit in the Public Investments Committee, the Public Accounts Committee will bear me witness, that we have seen instances where principal secretaries, cabinet secretaries, seek to micromanage the running of state-owned enterprises. With the passage of this bill and the transition now in registering these companies as limited liability companies, the governance structure will change, and therefore there is no cabinet secretary or the principal secretary who will seek or will be able to micromanage any state corporation. Because even in instances where the structure had representatives in the board of principal secretaries, cabinet secretaries, it will now not be possible because the governance structure will change, Honorable Speaker, and you have private sector players or independent directors, Honorable Speaker. And the best case example I think we would be able to borrow from is what happened with KenGen and KPLC when they were privatized. And we saw in independent directors coming into the company. We've seen KenGen, KPLC have very good engineers, very good finance and legal experts who have enhanced the governance structures of those companies and grown them to be better companies as they were, better than they were when they were fully owned government entities. The other objective, Honorable Speaker, is to position the government as an informed and active owner that is neither too passive nor unduly interfering with government-owned enterprises. And that's what I was saying, Honorable Speaker, because government is government, and ownership becomes passive, and nobody really owns these state corporations. But now with the changes, government ceases to be a passive owner and becomes an active participant in the day-to-day running of these enterprises without unduly interfering with their management, since there will be other players. The other objective is to establish a very transparent public service obligations accounting and funding structure that does not interfere with commercial objectives of the government-owned enterprises. Honorable Speaker, this public service obligations business, Honorable Speaker, is one issue that can become a danger or a risk to any commercial enterprise. And I'll give you the classic example again of KPLC. KPLC has a public obligation to roll out power and connect Kenyans to power. And you remember some years back, it would cost, from commercial costing of KPLC, up to 70,000 shillings to connect a single household to power. But today, through subsidies by government, KPLC is able to connect Kenyans innovatively, almost for free. And you pay for your connection in the long run through your bills. And this, it is such social and public obligations, Honorable Speaker, that may, in a way, interfere with the commercial viability of companies. Because you can imagine if KPLC was to offer that public good or public service of connecting Kenyans to power. And those who are with us in Mombasa last week will remember the very extensive engagement that we had with the private sector. And central to all our discussions, especially those who engage with the energy sector, was the cost of power in Kenya and what the cost of power in this country does to the growth of industry, especially around manufacturing and value addition. And therefore, because as a nation we need to connect industries to power, we need to connect homes to power. If we made that public obligation a duty or an obligation of KPLC as a company or as a state corporation, we interfere with the commercial viability of that company. And therefore, this particular bill will make it easier for the provision of such obligations, public obligations, to be done without necessarily interfering with the commercial viability of state corporations. And therefore, this bill seeks to establish a public service obligations accounting and funding structure that does not interfere with the commercial objectives of the government-owned enterprises. And such public service obligations are obligations that the government may assign a government-owned enterprise or a state-owned enterprise to produce goods or provide services that are not financially viable to the government-owned enterprise, and for which a subsidy or full funding by the National Treasury is necessary for sustained production. And therefore, if government wants to roll out the connection of power through KPLC or probably through KETRACO, they should be able to provide for those resources within our budgets, or the National Treasury will be able to provide adequate funds to roll out those public obligations so that they do not interfere in any way with the commercial viability of that particular enterprise, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do not want to belabor too many points around this bill, but just to re-emphasize that this is a very important bill that will align the governance framework of our commercial state-owned enterprises and to position them to have the ability to undertake off-balance sheet government projects. As I said, those like Talanta, the roads that we are doing, the toll roads like the proposed Mau Summit, Rironi Road. Again, Honorable Speaker, KICC, which was built at the birth of our country, just immediately after independence in the late 60s and 70s, has been a convention center that is out of pace with the rest of the world. And many of us speak and say how Kenya is being overtaken in conference tourism by countries like Rwanda, smaller economies than Kenya's. But if you go to the convention center in Rwanda, in Kigali, Bishop probably is not fully owned by the government of Rwanda. And that is the norm everywhere around the world, Honorable Speaker. That you are leveraging on private capital to be able to deliver on public goods or to deliver services to the public and to even grow your economy, leveraging on private capital. Now, after almost close to 50 years, or nearly 50 years, Honorable Speaker, we are able to do a new convention center, the Bomas International Convention Center, again through this innovative model of financing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill is opening up such opportunities for our country so that we get off balance sheet. And getting off balance sheet, Honorable Speaker, means we get off the unaffordable credit that we were taken through in the last 10 or so years from 2013 to 2022. Because we borrowed heavily to finance SGR, to finance the construction of roads, to finance the rollout of electrification of our country, the rural electrification programs, that now, Honorable Speaker, we'll be able to innovatively raise capital off balance sheet to fund such capital-intensive projects as Bomas, a new KICC or a new convention center, and even a new airport, Honorable Speaker. This is how we'll be able to fund a new airport. I was with a number of colleagues in Mombasa last week, and when we landed in JKIA, even those who are opposing the modernization of JKIA some months back, when we were riding in the bus, because we were dropped somewhere, I think near Rwai, towards the end of the runway. As we rode back on the bus to terminal, the domestic terminal, somebody commented that now this airport is full of tents. Fortunately, that person was one of the loudest people in opposing the modernization of our airport. And he had the audacity to say in that bus, oh, at that time we were just doing it for politics. We truly and honestly need an airport in this country. But that, Honorable Speaker, is just one of us, or a number of us. Many other Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, out there, who travel out of this country and see what is happening around our region, appreciate the need to have a new airport. They appreciate the need to have a new international convention center like that one that is going on in Bomas, or even new international standard, FIFA standard stadia like Talanta. And they also appreciate the need not to overtax Kenyans to be able to roll out these development programs. And also appreciate the need to ensure there is regional balance in the rollout of development programs around the country. And that is why you will see today we will have a new superhighway connecting the western part of Kenya that has been marginalized for many years, Honorable Speaker. Because it is true, when I'm going to see my in-laws in Nyeri over Christmas, it takes me less than an hour. Because there's a dual carriage from Kikuyu, I hit the southern bypass, join the expressway, join Thika Superhighway, and Marwa, Keno, Marwa, Sagana Road, all the way to Karatina. But for Honorable Karoli Omondi to go to his village in Suba,
Sometimes it takes us 2 days to get to Nakuru or Eldoret.
or even the chair of the finance committee who bakes the cake, to get to Sachangwani in Molo, between the 12th of December and the 24th of December, you will be lucky if you make it in a day. That is the injustice and the disparities that we must address. At least the member from Boni with the expressway can get to Machakos junction in less than 40 minutes. But for Karoli Omondi or Emilio Odhiambo to get to Suba, it will take them 3 days. We must speak to those other Kenyans in that other part of Kenya. And we must be sensitive that development in this country has not been fair. And for us to be able to equalize Kenyans and to roll out development programs to ensure you have a stadia in Kisumu, you have a stadia in Marsabit, you have affordable housing in Lodwar, just as you have in Makueni. For us to be able to do that, we must think beyond the balance sheet. We must think beyond taxes. We must think innovatively. And that is what this bill is speaking to. That is just what this bill is speaking to in summary. That we will transition our state-owned enterprises into limited liability companies, enhance accountability, enhance the corporate governance of these organizations, for them to become more profitable for those that we keep, and for those that we eventually sell or privatize, we will be able to raise more capital or more money to roll out development programs. Because also there are those state corporations, Honorable Speaker, that were actually established to roll out development projects. And those, almost 260 or 240 of them, will not be affected by this bill. And I'll give you an example of the National Irrigation Authority, NIA. NIA is established to roll out development projects and is not a commercial entity, and therefore will not be affected by this bill, because this bill is specific to those entities that are engaged in commercial activities, so that we enhance their commercial viability, accountability, the governance structure, and ensure that we are deriving more value and greater value to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as I said, let me not belabor, because the bill is a very big bill with very many clauses, Honorable Speaker, and I'm sure members have gone through all these 40 clauses. There are a number of amendments that we'll be proposing in line with what the committee has done through public participation, views that they got from members of the public, and also other stakeholders. And when we come to the Committee of the Whole House, we'll be proposing a few amendments, and therefore I will not want to speak to them, since we have more time to speak to the amendments when we go to Committee of the Whole House. And I therefore beg to move and request the indomitable chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee, the member for Molo, the very progressive member for Molo, very promising legislator, very articulate and very focused, a man who has withstood a lot of negativity in this country, but stood to do what is right at the right time for the love of his country and the love of the people of Molo, who are Kenyans, and the love of many other Kenyans. May I request the member of Molo, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, my namesake and my son, to second.
Thank you very much, my leader. And I told you to be very careful when you refer to me as your son. I might start asking for my right share of your estate. And he informed you are rich enough, so I am safe. And thank you very much for your really kind remarks, Honorable Leader of Majority, and for your guidance. You know, when we joined this parliament, we used to admire the likes of you who got elected, re-elected unopposed, and went to do a very good job in the budget committee. Every time we are here in the House, despite you having many other roles, you always sit through these sittings and never chair to really guide us. So I really want to thank you for your leadership and mentorship. Honorable Speaker, even before I dwell into seconding this government-owned enterprise bill, the leader of Majority Party spoke to something very sensitive about skewness of development. Honorable Leader of Majority Party, even though you are called Kimani like myself, and you come from Kikuyu, us from the Rift Valley have made a resolution to cease to be one of you. We have decided we are going to create our own mountain, because when you talk about matters of your mountain, you forget us completely. You speak about matters of coffee, the people of Molo, the people of Majimazuri in Baringo, the people of Eldoret, Uasin Gishu, the people of Kitale do not know about coffee. You speak about Mau Mau roads. Since we know enterprise that's supposed to sell, for example, Kenya Trade, KNTC, Kenya National Trade Corporation, they're supposed to buy a commodity Public Procurement and Disposal Act. Whereas at the same time, it's supposed to be a commercial entity, another entity or another business that is doing exactly the same thing. They just need to make a decision on what they need to do. And therefore, the wisdom of this particular piece of law is, can we bring those together, those commercially viable enterprises, and I mean the ones that are commercial, so that they can be operationalized, operated commercially. And one of the things, Honorable Speaker, as I'll be delving into my moving points, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the management of these particular entities. Honorable Speaker, I attended a meeting another time of chairmen and CEOs of government parastatals at State House, and one thing was clear. All of them, the number of vehicles that were parked for the meeting were actually more than the number of people that were actually in that particular meeting. And this speaks to the issues of the leadership of these particular entities, and not for this administration. It is what has been happening over the years and what continues to happen, because once someone is appointed a chairman of a particular parastatal, there are privileges they're entitled to, including some of them. So we're saying all these commercially viable enterprises, let them be taken to a different now statute, now what you're calling the government-owned enterprise bill. Now, if this House agrees with us, the Government-Owned Enterprise Act. The principal act of the bill, Honorable Speaker, is provide a comprehensive framework for establishment, governance, and performance of government-owned enterprises to ensure that they create value for citizens while upholding accountability and fiscal discipline. This bill, Honorable Speaker, is translating the government-owned policy that was approved by the Cabinet on the 3rd of November 2023 into law. And this is a very decisive step in strengthening our public finance architecture, enhancing efficiency, and reducing physical risks associated with poorly performing entities. We are anchoring, Honorable Speaker, this on our best practices, and I'll demonstrate in a few minutes. This bill is aligning with the international best practices as articulated in OECD guidelines on corporate governance of state-owned enterprises of 2015, which urge governments to act as informed and active owners, ensuring that enterprises operate efficiently, transparently, and in the public interest. It institutionalizes performance-based governance where boards and management. Globally, Honorable Speaker, countries like New Zealand, Malaysia, that we keep quoting, and South Africa have implemented similar reforms with great success. This has transformed their state enterprises into models of profitability and accountability. Honorable Speaker, I tried to find out, are there research, are there management economic theories that support this particular action, Honorable Speaker? And this brought me to three very relevant theories, very well economic and management theories. The principal agency theory that recognizes that separating ownership, and that is the state as the owner, from management, and these are enterprise leadership, demands that we have clear oversight mechanism to prevent inefficiency and self-interest. Most importantly, most recently is a theory called the new public management that emphasizes professionalism, performance contracting, and private sector efficiency in public service delivery. And of course, the old stewardship theory that calls for board and management to act as custodians of public value, not merely as controllers of public assets. These frameworks, Honorable Speaker, underpin that the bill's performance, contracting, transparency, and incentive systems, creating a culture of results and accountability. Honorable Speaker, good governance is the lifeblood of public enterprise performance. It reminds us that management is about coping with complexity, while leadership is about coping with change. The bill emphasizes that the government-owned enterprises must have both management systems that ensure compliance and leadership that drives innovation and public value. This proves it provides for independent boards, professional diversity, gender balance, and mandatory audit committees, and these measures will strengthen international integrity and build public trust. Honorable Speaker, one of the amendments that the committee will be proposing, and this actually came very strongly from public participation, especially from members of my institute, ISPAC, has been the need to have professional and independent boards. And one of the ways we're making sure that the boards for the particular enterprises are professional and independent is by having a private sector-led, independent, professional vetting agency. That, Honorable Speaker, and it's important that politicians listen to this. Most of our boards, most of these parastatals or the entities are led by politicians. And although I've always held the point that being a politician does not make you stupid, and we still have the professional and experience we need, however, there has been demonstrated that whereas there are these political appointments of politicians and former politicians, these particular executive roles of these particular entities, it leads to that protectionalism. And this has led mostly to the collapse, rent-seeking of these particular entities, Honorable Speaker. So this now will ensure that there is no political interference, particularly in the Board of Management, Honorable Speaker. For too long, Honorable Speaker, the performance of public enterprises has been compromised when the leadership is determined by politics rather than professionalism. It's about which political inclination you align to and not which profession you belong when it comes to appointment to this particular government-owned enterprise, Honorable Speaker. So therefore, this bill is introducing, as I said, an independent selection panel for appointed directors, and that ensures that there is merit, integrity, and competence, and not connections that will guide appointments. This approach, Honorable Speaker, is very consistent with our OECD guidelines on corporate governance and on SOEs, which caution that states should allow SOEs to full operational autonomy to achieve their objectives and refrain from interfering in day-to-day management. Honorable Speaker, this also aligns with World Bank's principles of corporate governance that ensure that states should act as an informed, not an intrusive owner. From a theoretical perspective, Honorable Speaker, agency theory again warns us that maligned incentives between political principles and enterprise managers lead to inefficiency, rent-seeking, and loss of public trust. By professionalizing appointments and performance evaluations, this bill remains the risk and safeguard public interest, Honorable Speaker. We shall make sure that the state will remain a strategic owner. Again, the state shall remain a strategic owner, but not an operator, not a referee, and not a player, Honorable Speaker. What would be the impact of this on citizens, Honorable Speaker? When these entities perform, citizens benefit. Electricity becomes affordable. Water will flow reliably into our homestead, and infrastructure projects will be delivered on time and for value and within the budget, Honorable Speaker. Out of the 250 state corporations, only a handful consistently generate returns to the exchequer, while many actually depend on budgetary support. This bill is seeking to reverse this imbalance by transforming government-owned enterprises from physical customers, from customers of our exchequer to physical contributors. So from physical customers of our exchequer to physical customers, to physical contributors into our exchequer, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the spirit also transcends institutional reform. It speaks directly to the soul of fiscal discipline and the heart of responsible debt management. For too long, inefficiencies in our public enterprises have quietly translated into hidden fiscal risks, liabilities that end up in our national debt register. This bill is confronting this challenge head-on and demanding that there be transparency, efficiency, and accountability in every shilling managed under public ownership. By aligning, Honorable Speaker, these entities with international standards, we shift from reactive bailouts to productive management, from reactive bailouts to proactive management, from fiscal leakage to fiscal prudence, Honorable Speaker. We cannot continue in this budget cycle, Honorable Speaker, in every budget cycle, allocating resources to already leaking coffers, Honorable Speaker. Already entities that are supposed to be commercially viable, yet every year here we allocate resources to these particular entities, knowing very well that are not going to ever be economically viable. That money that is invested in these entities is money that should go to fund our education, to fund our healthcare, to fund our infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, and not to go to inefficiencies that are clearly planned, procured, budgeted, and extracted for. This bill will bring an end to that, Honorable Speaker. This House, Honorable Speaker, has therefore the solemn duty to secure Kenya's financial future. This passage is not is not merely legislative housekeeping. It is a declaration of intent that we, as the representatives of the people, we choose prudence over populism, performance over patronage, discipline over debt dependency. And as management scholar Jim Collins wrote in the book Good to Great, greatness is not a function of circumstance. Greatness is largely a matter of conscious choice and discipline. So through this bill, we choose that discipline in policy, in governance, and public finance. The bill is is our covenant with the taxpayer that never again shall inefficiency be rewarded, nor public resources squandered in silence. Let this House, Honorable Speaker, rise to the occasion and secure Kenyans' sovereignty for the generations to come. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, be now read a second time. For Yatta.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to rise to support the bill, that is the Government-Owned Enterprise Bill number 40 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I have a number of reasons which I think are very critical and which support or back my argument to support this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. Point number one, Mr. Speaker, the bill will improve governance and professionalism, Mr. Speaker. Through the bill, we'll have merit-based selection of chairs and board members, Mr. Speaker, which in principle will actually eliminate conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker, because when chairpersons and board members, that is board members are given the room to elect or to select their chairpersons, in reality that brings or fosters more accountability and actually reduces issues to do with conflict of interest and poor governance, which we have witnessed over the years, Mr. Speaker. Another reason which I find very salient, Mr. Speaker, and which justifies why I support this particular bill is because it's going to increase efficiency and financial sustainability, Mr. Speaker. Government-owned enterprise through this particular bill will be profit-oriented, Mr. Speaker, and will be able to self-finance their own activities, Mr. Speaker. And this is going to reduce the fiscal burden on the national budget, Mr. Speaker, which we have witnessed over the years, Mr. Speaker, and which is also contributing to heavy burden on taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. So this bill will actually contribute to increased efficiency and financial sustainability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that through the bill, transparency and strengthened oversight will be realized or actualized through the bill, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why I say that, the bill proposes the creation of an oversight body, Mr. Speaker, which strengthens the role of the Treasury, Mr. Speaker, and eventually contributes to enhance transparency and strengthen oversight. Mr. Speaker, through the bill, government will be able to get financial records, which in principle will give more room for auditing of performance of state-owned enterprise, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I'm saying through that we'll be able to realize enhanced oversight and be able to foster accountability and value of money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill does propose the proper use of public assets and improved service delivery, Mr. Speaker. We know for sure other countries around us are doing quite well. I was in Ethiopia just the other day, and I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, to see how Addis is moving very fast when it comes to growth. If you look at the streets of Addis Ababa today, they are well lit, well organized, well planned. Even the airport, it has reached the level of international airports, Mr. Speaker, the likes of Dubai, Singapore, and others, where you actually admire to have a similar level of growth in terms of improved airports, like what would you want to have. But when you come to Kenya, we are still lagging behind, Mr. Speaker, and it is important to put aside politics and do what is good for the current and future generations, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, through the bill, state-owned enterprise will meaningfully contribute to the economic growth of this country, Mr. Speaker, and be able to have improved or enhanced GDP, Mr. Speaker, and put Kenya at the path of economic progression and the lead on economic growth within the region, Mr. Speaker, and enable us to enjoy the glory we have enjoyed as the East Africa economic powers, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, this bill encourages strategic focus and alliance within the private sector, Mr. Speaker, and this is realized when state-owned enterprise become more commercially viable, which eventually contributes to a favorable environment, Mr. Speaker, for private sector partnership, and which is a serious ingredient and a recipe for economic growth when it comes to having private sector meaningfully engaged or meaningfully involved in the growth of the economy, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, to summarize my only summary, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill provides a legal framework, Mr. Speaker, to promote better performance of state-owned enterprise, and that's why I strongly and vehemently support the bill, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, I rest and I support the bill. Thank you.
MP for Karachuonyo, Honorable Andrew Adipo Kwome, will be followed by Honorable David Mbui, then Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo, in that order. Proceed, Honorable Andrew Kwome Adipo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to touch on this important bill. And I want to start by saying that I do support the bill. I support it with varying reasons, one of which is that government-owned enterprises, to a large extent, have inherent problem in management of those enterprises. A lot of corruption is going on, and in fact, it is almost a practice that if you are appointed in a key position within the enterprise, the one thing people know is that you have been given an opportunity to loot. And as you loot, the country is going down the drain. Development is affected, employment is affected, and so many things go wrong with that kind of system of corruption. If these enterprises are privatized, we will automatically create efficiency within those companies. Because when they are owned by private people, their major objective will be making wealth. They want to make profit. And as they make profit, they encourage and indeed they develop the nation. They will be paying taxes to the government through that profit, and therefore, with the tax they pay, our income tax authority will be getting enough money and putting it in the government hands for development purposes. I feel the privatization of those owned enterprises is key and very much fundamental in the development of our nation. I'm in the Finance Committee and went out for public participation. In fact, people are happy with it. The one other reason they are happy with is that this privatization would put this company in the hands of the public. The public will feel ownership of the properties of their nation. They will feel they belong to the nation. They belong to the nation because the key production factors are in their hands. We will be doing a lot of advantage to the nation if we do this. Again, when these things end in the private hands, there will be accountability. Accountability is the mother of productivity. It creates confidence, and the country will feel they have done what can be very much useful to the people of Kenya. I support this bill. It is a bill that should be supported by everyone for the good that we see it contains in itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to mention these issues in relation to the bill. Thank you.
The Honorable David Mboni, MP for Kitui Rural.
Boy is Robert. No, boy is Robert. I'm David.
Is Honorable David Mboni.
Yes. Thank you very much.
He's a very serious member of the Finance Committee, which is transacting this bill.
Now they should listen to what I'm saying. Now, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, let me also say that I support this bill. Speaker, there are over 200 state corporations in this country. And these corporations, they are divided into two. There is commercial state corporations, which were created to make profit and bridge gaps where private sector could not be able to to reach. And this also the social enterprises. This bill only speaks to around 66 commercial enterprises. Does not speak about another. If you look at the annex, it speaks around 66 commercial enterprises which were created to make profit and bridge the gap where government could not, where private sector could not do. But after 1992, after liberalization of the economy, some of them became irrelevant. Mr. Speaker, we have a corporation called Kenya National Trading Corporation, which was supposed to, which had shops in most of the big towns, and they were selling sugar, building materials, and those kind of things. But now, they are not in business. And I'll tell you, up to now, the government is still funding this state corporation, which is not doing anything. Mr. Speaker, around, our recurrent expenditure is around 1.7 billion shillings. But 60% of that recurrent expenditure goes into supporting state corporations, recurrent state corporations. And this is part of the problem we have in public debt. Because most of these parastatals, you take money there, the corruption in those state corporations is enormous. And therefore, that money just gets almost a billion shillings, a trillion shillings goes to, 1.7 trillion shillings. 60% goes to state corporation, which is around a trillion shillings. Mr. Speaker, I like the way we are doing these things, because this is what we could have done a long time ago. The bill on privatization, which is a framework for selling state corporation, this is a very welcome thing. We also have another bill on capital market authority amendment bill, which speaks to ownership of companies from 40% foreign to 100%. If you want to buy all the shares, you can be able to buy. Mr. Speaker, the bill moves this para 66 state corporation from State Corporation Act to Government-Owned Enterprise Act. These companies now can be sued, they can sue, they can look for their money, they can be able to borrow without really relying on the government for support. And of course, they will not be audited by Auditor General. Apart from the time when they are being sold, is when the Auditor General is supposed to come in. Mr. Speaker, the bill addresses governance issues which has persisted in government enterprises. The board members, the bill is proposing the board members to be selected competitively by a panel. And this is very good, because when you look at some of these parastatals, it's full of politically connected individuals, who some of them may not even have requisite qualification to be in those boards. I remember one time there was a politician from my place who was made chairman of Kenya Power. And of course, he could not read and write. So these are the kind of things we are trying to avoid. I've not mentioned names, just mentioned. These are the kind of things we are trying to address. And even now it's persisting. Some of the chairmen and chairperson of state corporation, Mr. Speaker, they are not qualified to be there. And therefore, this bill, the proposal to have the bill, the board members being selected by select panel is very good. And the board will choose their own chairperson. The board members will choose their own chairperson. So the chairperson is not going to be chosen by a CS, but rather the board members will sit down and choose their own chairperson. The most interesting thing here in this proposal is the politician will not be able to join the board immediately after you leave politics. You take 5 years to cool down and be washed from politics to think like a private person. And this, to me, this is a very good thing, so that we are going to, so with this one, we are going to see these parasols bring a lot of accountability, and these parastatals will be able to make profit. During privatization of these parastatals, they will be evaluated. And with these proposals, the government-owned enterprise will be managed efficiently. They will make profits. Even the time we want to sell them, we will sell them when they are making profit, and we can sell them, they can fetch good money, as opposed to the way they are. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
The Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo, the MP for Funyula, is now recognized to make his contributions.
Thank you, Chair, so that when I finish, I can join my colleagues from WU in a cocktail hosted by the Right Honorable Speaker of the mighty National Assembly of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to make comments on the National Assembly Bill number 40, the Government-Owned Enterprise Bill 2025. From the onset, Honorable Speaker, let me go on record, government has got no business being in business. Government has no business in being in business. Government only ought to be a regulator, a manager of the economy. But also on the flip side, Honorable Speaker, this beaten argument that the private sector always succeeds has got no empirical evidence, and there's no proof to that. There are so many other big corporations owned and operated by private members or individuals that have as well collapsed at huge expenses on the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I have heard the majority leader move the bill. I have heard the chair of the finance committee move the bill, and I've also listened to the members of the finance committee. They seem to present the argument that this bill will win the National Treasury from the need to support or finance these public-owned enterprises. Honorable Speaker, they might need to do further clarification, because then that again contradicts, the verbal statements contradicts clause 37 of the bill. And clause 37 of the bill, without being a distinction between public-owned enterprises that for commercial basis and those offering public service obligations, states as follows, Honorable Speaker. The funds of a government-owned enterprise shall include such monies as may be appropriated to the government-owned enterprises by the National Assembly. So the argument they are presenting is contradictory to the letters written in this particular bill. So that's a starting point. They must be very clear and clarify that only funding for the national government, National Assembly, shall only accrue for what they're referring to as public obligations, public service obligations. That's a number, point 1, that needs to be resolved. Honorable Speaker, they have got very positive and progressive provisions, which indeed it has been long overdue. Would have brought this bill much, much earlier. Because the truth of the matter, many of these corporations or state-owned enterprises are merely employment bureaus that have got no significant impact in the economy of this country. Honorable Speaker, one of the objectives of this bill, and I'm trying to look for where properly, they say they will establish those ones to meet where there's a market gap, where the market has left a gap. In an economy where there is a gap that the government has to intervene, therefore it means, Honorable Speaker, that is an economy or this is a government that has not encouraged private sectors to basically step in and resolve all the issues. Honorable Speaker, they say a government-owned enterprises, I just want to pick out a few issues. Government-owned enterprises ought to be operate for profit, be self-financing, be self-sustainable, and be accountable to the public through National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, this will bring a constitutional issue. If the national government is not funding these organizations, they're merely shareholders. For example, if they're owned 100%, they're mere shareholders. So to what extent then shall the National Treasury or the executive require for these state-owned enterprises to report and account? Why? I would imagine the framework should be such that only what the government will expect to get from there is dividend, unless accounting for the funds given for public service obligation. So that's another area that we need to continue to improve on the bill. Honorable Speaker, and my colleague, the MP from Bona, has alluded to it, and I stand to oppose, and this I will make amendments at the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Undo, why would you argue that government-owned enterprises should be financed and should not be self-financing?
That's why I said it's the contradiction.
Because I find it a contradiction, honorable member, sorry if I debate, that we have government-owned enterprises which cannot generate any profits. Instead, we are budgeting for them here daily. Precisely. And you only get to know about them when somebody is being appointed, not on merit, but because they are related to somebody. Why would you be against a situation where we are saying the government-owned enterprises should in fact be making profits to resource our budget instead of being budgeted for?
Precisely, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I'm saying the bill has got contradictions. It's talking about funding through the National Exchequer, money appropriated by National Assembly. They are saying they are self-financing, profit-making, and therefore they intend to put some money in their Exchequer. So on that account, Honorable Speaker, therefore, we need to clean it up so that we are very focused in our mind. We draw a distinction between public service obligations.
Order, Honorable Ondo, what is out of order, Chair? Departmental Committee on Finance.
There is nothing out of...
Are you standing on a point of order or point of information?
Point of information. There is nothing out
The
of
Honorable
order.
Dr. Undo,
I'm actually
you
thoroughly
agree to
enjoying
be
the
informed?
debate by Professor Udo, but I would like to inform Professor on
Yeah.
the matter he has raised.
Okay, it's okay, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Chair.
You know, as a teacher, when a brilliant student in class stands up and says he wants to assist you, you listen. Thank you.
Yes, so Chair, Departmental Committee can now inform Honorable Undo.
I see what you did there, Professor Udo, but it's fine. You're basing in the profession. The purpose of clause 37 that Professor Udo is alluding to, the funds of a government-owned enterprises shall include such monies as may be appropriated to the government-owned enterprise by the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, if you check the schedule, that is the first schedule of the list of these government-owned enterprises from East African Portland Cement Company Limited all through to the last one, Kiptabo Tea Factory Limited. The fact is that even if we converted them to become, in the concept that is envisioned in the bill, they might not be able to get into profitability immediately. And therefore, and so this is one of the things, by the way, we extensively debated in the committee, that maybe then we need to have a transition period. Up to how long can we support them until they go to profitability? Otherwise, even if you convert them from where they are and make them government-owned enterprises, without some transitional budgetary support, then you'll actually be completely now killing them, and you'll have run now, as they say, the child with the bathwater. Thank you.
And that's why, Honorable Speaker, precisely, that the bill as it is well-intentioned, but has got so many gaps. And I hope when they went for public participation, the experts and the lay leaders must have told them these are the gaps. Honorable Speaker, I was going to the point raised by my MP from Boni, and that is clause 11. Clause? Oh, Kitui Rural. Sorry for the correction. Kitui, oh, I know you want to become governor, it might be a problem. Kitui Rural. Honorable Speaker, it says, I occasionally go to Kitui, and I hear, for future, not 2027, 2052.
Be careful, Honorable Undo, because you know these proceedings are being broadcast live.
Yes.
His constituents may just say he has left us for another seat.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, clause 11, which says, has served, which was it special about the politician? Honorable Speaker, he has mentioned an issue. He has not served, a member shall not be appointed to a board of directors if he has been a politician who served an elective post in the past 5 years. Honorable Speaker, when did becoming a member of parliament, a member of the county assembly, become a criminal offense? When? When did it stop you from being a professional? When did it stop you from being an advocate? When did it stop you from being a valuer? When did it stop you from being an accountant? When did it stop you being a lecturer? This is open discrimination. Clean. So, Honorable Speaker, you will have to review that, because then that simply means, Honorable Speaker, for example, if you chose by your own volition that you have served the people of Homa Bay, probably in 2052, you say now you do not want to continue, does it mean you have no right at all to serve any position in public service? What does that mean? That's extremely discriminatory. We must for sure have a look at it and make sure that we do not punish good people. Because it says, has been affiliated to a political party in the immediate preceding 5 years. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution allows any person to belong to a political party. And everybody is allowed to participate politically. Honorable Speaker, there were too much interruption. You'll have to add me also interrupted. So, Honorable Speaker, I would urge the committee.
How many more minutes do you need?
2 or so.
Yeah, add the Honorable Oundo 3 minutes.
So, Honorable Speaker, I want the committee to apply its mind so that when we move those amendments, we are in a position to deal with that matter. Honorable Speaker, another contradiction comes under Article Clause 20. Clause 20, that the remuneration of directors of a government-owned enterprise shall be governed by the remuneration structure and guidelines issued by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury from time to time. It will include directors' fees, sitting allowances, bonus-type annual pay. And then it goes under Clause 23, say the directors' fees and sitting allowance under Section 2A and B shall not be performance-based. What are we talking about here? You appoint directors to go do nothing, you pay them sitting allowance, director's fee for doing nothing? Honestly speaking, if we truly have the spirit of transformation, of reforming how government-owned entities operate, then every penny that a director gets, and it's a director who sets the strategic policies, is the one who oversights, who ensures the strategic goals of the organization are met. The pay must be hinged on performance. You cannot just go and say, like what normally we see in most boards of schools, I concur, and you are paid allowances, you drink tea, mandazis, and the boiled eggs, and you say, I concur, and then you go home, and then you carry your brown envelope. Honorable Speaker, we must be serious about reforming our government institutions. We cannot be flip-flopping that we do this, then we change this. We must be serious in what we do. Honorable Speaker, I have so much we need to look at, but I also want to applaud the draft of the bill. When you go to Clause 30, Honorable Speaker, they say now these public service obligations will have to be costed and accounted for separately. And that's why I want to draw the attention of the chair that Clause 37 must be tied to Clause 30. Costed and accounted for separated, audited separately, and time-bound. So that if we say, like what he was raising, the issue of last-mile connectivity, if the government gives Kenya Power money to do a certain to extend power line, then it must cost it adequately and not overcost. And when the job is complete, we must audit and account for it. And when we account, we must show how the money was used, what time the money was used, and was there value for money. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I would urge them so that we don't have these intransigent views that any proposals coming from my end are always bad, they are opposed at the committee of the whole House. Let's have a bipartisan approach so that we improve this bill, just that we did on the privatization bill. Those very many remarks I support, but with reservations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo. The Honorable Karoli Omondi is now recognized to make his contributions.
Thank you very much. I rise to support this bill, the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill 2025. I think it is a very progressive bill, trying to now differentiate the various categories of state-owned enterprises. Until now, I think we've had the State Corporations Act as the anchor act for government-owned agencies that are in the commercial space, which also included even independent regulatory authorities. And for the first time, we are trying to create separation between those that we think can commercially operate, those that discharge regulatory functions, and those that are intended to deliver on development activities. What this bill seeks to do, Right Honorable Speaker, is actually commercialization of state enterprises. That is the correct terminology for what we are trying to do. In other words, we would like to make those enterprises flexible in their operations, agile, nimble, and give them the ability to attract high caliber staff. But as we do so, I think it is important that we ask ourselves a few questions. Honorable Speaker, when I look at Section 8.3 of this bill, those are the documents that should be presented to the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury when one is proposing the establishment of a state-owned, government-owned enterprise. I don't see the articles and memoranda that should accompany the establishment of a company. Because what this bill is basically doing is to say that for those enterprises that shall operate commercially and owned by the government, their registration shall be under the Companies Act and not any other statute. Now, when you are registered under the Companies Act, a lot of things come with it, which again may not be necessarily in harmony with the objectives of what some of these state corporations do. And I'll come to that in a moment. So if you look at Section 8, Section 3, you have a list of documents there to be presented to the to the National Treasury for consideration when one proposes to establish a government-owned enterprise. But the articles and memorandum of association are not there. Yet, we all know, under company law, that will be the constituent instrument of that institution. And that is what will regulate the activities and the relationships between the shareholders as well as between the various office holders in that particular organization. So I think there's a big gap missing there. Secondly, if you have a government-owned enterprise solely registered under the Companies Act and solely regulated by this particular bill or act, when it becomes act, you are most likely to face certain challenges, especially with respect to those unique state corporations, such as the Postal Corporation, whose functions are not necessarily commercial, but are also social. And state corporations that do not fit squarely within the remit of Companies Act. Take, for example, Kenya Pipeline is not just a state corporation, but a strategic state corporation that has within itself security elements, diplomatic elements, and all sorts of issues. Kenya Airports Authority, Kenya Ports Authority. So there are certain unique state corporations that we need to relook whether this bill really, when it becomes law, will help them function optimally or could undermine them. There's also another question here, one of accountability. When you commercialize state corporations, in other words, give them the freedom to operate as other commercial entities, how do you ensure that they remain accountable to the public? Experience elsewhere, and I'll give one example, shows that in some instances, that independence has been abused. You remember in Malaysia, the 1MDB scandal, where the National Wealth Fund invested over $1 billion without accountability to produce, you remember the big movie, The Wolf of Wall Street, and in all sorts of other things that brought the Prime Minister of Malaysia down. In that scandal, Goldman Sachs, I think, was fined about $900 million, and Standard Chartered has just been sued in Singapore for laundering about $3.4 billion. The reason why the public could not get a hold of what was going on is because the company was fully commercialized. So for about 2 years, they stole over $1 billion. Nobody got to know. We need to really investigate whether this bill has mechanisms that will enhance that accountability. And also ask ourselves the question, if you fully commercialize strategic parastatals like the ones I've mentioned, Postal Corporation, Kenya Pipeline, Kenya Airports Authority, and even one like National Oil Corporation, which I have some issues there. But if you fully commercialize these ones, the ones I've mentioned, do you think you've given them the ability to undertake their core mandate? How will Kenya Airports Authority float a new airport project? It cannot borrow off its balance sheet. It has to be funded from the exchequer. And if you look at the definition of what public service is under this act, I'm not so sure that is included. So we need to be very clear that probably create a further distinction that there are certain corporations that even though they are commercialized, certain activities will still be still be funded from the exchequer. Like if Kenya Ports Authority would like to put up new berths, new cranes and all that, I'm not sure they can finance those activities off their balance sheet. Or the Kenya Pipeline, if they want to do a gas pipeline from Mombasa to Nairobi, and reticulations in Nairobi, I don't think they can do that off their balance sheet. So, Honorable Speaker, this is quite a good bill, but we need to look at the old Act, State Corporations Act. There were some special clauses there that gave power of exemptions. So we need to be alive to the fact that we may need some exemptions under this particular statute. But otherwise, when we will get to the stage of making amendments, we will support with amendments. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Robert Mbui, the Deputy Minority Leader of the House.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also contribute on this very, very important motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that I'm normally very suspicious of the bills presented by this regime. And having listened to the mover and the seconder, they have said very wonderful things and very logical. But sometimes it's important to figure out what is the real purpose. I believe that government is basically supposed to provide a conducive environment where the business enterprises can thrive. A favorable tax regime that is understandable, that is clear, that doesn't change every few months. Proper infrastructure for people to be able to conduct businesses. So basically, I think it's important that we realize that government is really not supposed to generate its income from doing business, but from creating an environment where people can do business, and then government can tax the people, and out of the taxation, they can be able to have enough money to continue developing the country. So basically, I wanted to just make that clear. I've read this bill, and I've been looking for the loopholes, because, recently we had the privatization bill, which was passed here hastily. We had the sale of Kenya Pipeline that was done in a record, I think, 24 minutes. And so I was very suspicious, and I've been looking for loopholes in this bill to see where is the trick. But so I looked at part 2, and part 2 deals with procedure and criteria for establishing a government-owned enterprise, and they've talked about the procedure where you seek cabinet approval, then the role of the guiding principles on establishing them, where you talk about the role of a government-owned enterprise being to fill a gap left by market forces. You talked about the attributes where they must operate for a profit and be self-sustaining. And this, in my opinion, puts the government in direct competition with the private sector. So basically, it goes against the ideals of what government is really meant to do. Now, I looked at part 3, and it deals with the management of the government-owned enterprises. And clause 13 talks of an independent selection panel. Independent selection panel. So we are going to professionalize this thing because this independent selection panel is going to conduct structured and transparent recruitment of board members. But then this independent selection panel is itself appointed by the CS. So how much independence does it have when it is appointed by the CS? You know, these are the things that, these are the lines that I'm looking for so I can cross them because I'm very sure. And then you say the board members will choose their own chair. And let me tell you, influence is there. If I am CS today and I appoint a board of so many people, I can influence without even being involved who will be the chair of that committee. So some of these things, they sound very good on paper, but practically you know how it is. And then, they always say that he who pays the piper calls the tune. But then there's one thing that the Honorable Oundo has raised, which is really important that maybe you need to relook at. The matter of demonizing members who have served, people who have been elected to serve. In appointing them, you've made it look like the people that are elected to serve, there's something wrong with them. Yet they're professionals. I know there are some people that are crooked, and even the president himself said there are crooks in this house. I don't know whether maybe that's what you have used to make this decision, but honestly, they are very, very right-thinking and serious members of public that have been elected to serve in these houses, both in the National Assembly, in the Senate, and even in the County Assembly. So you cannot demonize and say we cannot have anyone who has been elected and been in a political party the last 5 years, as if being in a political party by itself is a mistake. These are the rights that people enjoy, and you cannot trample on our rights. So basically, I think that wouldn't be the correct thing to do. Part 4 deals with the performance of the government-owned enterprises, and these things to do with performance contracts and evaluation. And I don't see anything new all the way up to the end. So I started trying to look this bill about. And it says it's an act of parliament to provide for the establishment, control, governance, performance, and ownership of government-owned enterprises. So when you talk about ownership, then it's no longer just the government. Because if it is government-owned enterprises, you don't need to talk about ownership. Then it means now you're introducing a third party. And that's where the catch is. You proceed to say, facilitate the reconstitution of existing government-owned enterprises into public limited liability companies for the transfer of the assets, liabilities, and the business of the government-owned enterprises to companies and for connected purposes. That's where the catch is. This bill is going to also be helping whoever cares to want to use it to be able to transfer the assets, to be able to sell shares, to be able to give these government-owned enterprises an opportunity to fall into private hands. So basically, we are still again talking here privatization. So I think that I have a problem because if you're going to sell percentage of government-owned enterprises, that is something I'm opposed to. I talked about the Kenya Pipeline one. I said it is a critical piece of infrastructure that should never be in private hands because what happens when the owners of Kenya happens and we cannot be able to transport our fuel through, if you are going to do it by road, then the prices skyrocket and the economy is dependent on fuel. What happens? So there are certain things that you must remain in the hands of government. We cannot allow them to in the hands of private individuals. So I like the rosy language. The rosy language that the chairman and team have been very good at. They use the words like securitization. Securitization is borrowing. But Kenyans have been given this language, on TV every day. They're thinking, wow, these people speak very good language, very good English. But securitization basically is when you take money that is going to be collected as tax for the future, and then you borrow against it. That's just, that is borrowing more than you should, because you know the manner in which we should be borrowing. So, and then now we have created a new one, reconstitution. That's a new one. And I think you're genius at coming out with good words that basically what you're saying is not exactly what you mean. But anyway, let me just say that this regime needs to be careful. We cannot strategic assets. We must be careful, because sometimes I'm wondering, because we are working very hard to unseat the current regime in 2027. But if they'll have sold all these government assets and have borrowed beyond I'm wondering what we'll do the next 5 years. So that's why I'm standing here to oppose. And I think this thing cannot, we cannot allow this to continue as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Mary Emase will be followed by Honorable Timothy Toroitich, and then Honorable Wamuchomba in that order. If you could try to squeeze your contribution so that the mover replies before the end of business, it would be very good. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I stand to support the bill. And I want to start from the benefits that we as a country shall realize from converting these government-owned enterprises into a public, into public companies. Because, Honorable Speaker, I think, honorable members, we all agree that most of these government-owned entities draw money from the exchequer. And at the end of the day, when we look at value for money, for some of us who audit these special funds, managed by agencies, for those of us who are members in the Public Accounts Committee, in most cases, when you look at the audited accounts, we ask questions as to where is the value for money. So, Honorable Speaker, for me, I support this bill because what we are talking about is basically privatizing state-owned agencies, state-owned institutions that are not self-sustaining, continuously continue to draw from the exchequer instead of generating their own resources. So by privatizing, though, that's what we are talking about. First of all, these entities will become more efficient in terms of management, of resources, and by so doing, we will save the exchequer. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, these entities, once privatized, can be able to access capital. They can float their own shares, generate their own money, and be able to operate independently without drawing more money from the exchequer, Honorable Speaker. Also, there will be improved governance, Honorable Speaker. Public limited companies are subject to stricter corporate management and standards. So once they are privatized, they'll be run like private entities, whereby results, profit are key aspects that they look at. Honorable Speaker, there'll also be enhanced innovation, because they'll have to think, innovate, think outside the box, and therefore there'll be greater autonomy, and these companies can be able to innovate and respond quickly, even to the market changes in the market. Honorable Speaker, also they'll be reduced. I've been in the budget committee, and sometimes we look at the available resources and the competing needs across MDS, and you wonder how much to allocate. The more you give, the more we need to borrow, and the more it becomes a burden to the nation.
Honorable Speaker, once we privatize these entities, I can assure you that they will be able to innovate, to think outside the box, generate their own resources, manage them properly, and it will be a relief even to the exchequer. Honorable Speaker, I know that this is not without some drawbacks. There will be drawbacks. For example, loss of jobs. There is fear for loss of jobs. But these are challenges that can be mitigated so that those staff or employees in those institutions can either be absorbed within the larger government or can be interviewed, and those that are competent retained within these companies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think this is a good initiative, and this is a bill that we must support if we are to move this country forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So Honorable Milanya, still in the House, or it was Honorable Torotich. Milanya, I can no longer see the council and the Honorable member on the request, so Honorable Torotich will proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the letter, the intent, and the purpose of this very important bill, the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill number 40 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, this bill seeks to provide a clear mode of governance, management, and ownership of government-owned enterprises in this country. Honorable Speaker, I have done my little research. And, Honorable Speaker, few companies, Kenya Railways, made a loss of 50.37 billion in their financial year ended 2024. KPLC, Honorable Speaker, made a loss of 3.4 billion in their financial year ending 2024. National Oil Corporation made a loss of 2.24 billion in their financial year ending 2024. Postal Corporation, Honorable Speaker, according to the auditor's report, is technically insolvent. Honorable Speaker, for that reason, we have no choice as a country but to have government-owned enterprises operate as commercial entities so that they can make profit. Honorable Speaker, at this time and age, we trust private entities like G4S than Posta. Why? Because the private entity is more profit-oriented, unlike our government-owned entities. Honorable Speaker, in fact, these institutions or these government-owned entities, it is run as personal property. Nobody cares whether they make money, whether they make profit, whether they are going concern. Honorable Speaker, you can imagine as a country that we have sometimes to get money from the exchequer to fund government-owned enterprises. Honorable Speaker, as a House, I think for me, since joining this Parliament, this is the most progressive bill that I've seen. Honorable Speaker, I've read clause 9 of the bill, and clause 9 actually gives the very purpose and the intent of this bill. Says, a government-owned enterprises shall operate as a commercial entity and shall, 1, operate for profit, 2, be self-financing, 3, clause 9, 3, be self-sustaining, and 4, be accountable to the public through the national treasury. So that captures the very, very intent of the bill so that, Honorable Speaker, these institutions can be able to make profit. Honorable Speaker, we also depend on them to create employment. In this country, private sectors are creating more employment than even, and they are run more efficiently than even government-owned enterprises. And therefore, the biggest challenge we have as a country, Honorable Speaker, is unemployment. If these entities are run commercially, they will create more space to employ our people. And also the element of transparency. Honorable Speaker, as I finalize, the only issue that I think I shall be able to bring an amendment at the Committee of the Whole is in reference to Part 2. That is the procedure and the criteria for establishing a government-owned enterprise. Honorable Speaker, under Clause 8.2 of the bill, which gives the procedure for the establishment of a government-owned enterprise, it says a government-owned enterprise may be established only with the approval of the cabinet, of the cabinet. Honorable Speaker, my proposal would be, why not have the National Assembly approve the same? The government, the executive the cabinet can initiate, but let the National Assembly approve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Doni wa Muchomba.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Gadhoni, not Mudhoni.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
I don't want problems this week.
Thank you. Mudhoni is a big one, Gadhoni is a small one.
Yes.
And I think I have a small face and a big heart. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to this wonderful bill. For a long time, Mr. Speaker, I have not supported any bill in this House. But this one looks like I will give it about 80% of my support. And I'll minus about 20% with reservations. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, most of these government-owned enterprises have had a very laid-back attitude towards work. And we should be asking ourselves, why have some of them been making very serious losses? It is because of the attitudes of the workers, the expectation of the workers and stakeholders on the exchequer, that whether they work or not, money will still be pumped into those enterprises, and many other attitudes. But Mr. Speaker, we should be asking ourselves whether if we go this direction, and as much as we want these enterprises to make money and to be self-reliant, whether we'll be able to change the holistic attitude of the workers. Because some of these enterprises and entities are well funded by the government, but the workers' attitude towards production is zero, or negative for that matter, Mr. Speaker. Look at how people speak to customers at JKIA, for example. Look at how we treat visitors when they come to, and they're coming for us, they're coming to bring income. They are tourists. How do we treat them, even in our own airports? So, are we going to make these attitudes change when we take this direction? Those are some of the questions I'm asking. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to this bill, Part 9. Is it Part 9? Part 2, where the bill dictates that government-owned enterprise shall operate as commercial entity and shall, notwithstanding, a government-owned enterprises may, in addition to its commercial functions, perform public service obligation. That is where the bone of contention with myself comes in, Mr. Speaker. How do you make these enterprises make profits, yet they are still carrying the burden of performing public service obligations? How are we going to deal with issues of citizenry who want to be carried by these enterprises for public obligations? For example, that widow who requires to be assisted to get her title deed. When we send them to these enterprises, how are they going to be treated? How are we going to manage some of these sensitive issues like KEVEVAPI, Kenya Vaccine Production Institute, who produces subsidized services to farmers? How are you going to deal with subsidies? When we talk about issues of serious board, for example, what are we going to do when the government of Kenya requires support of food, and you have already put this enterprise into a commercial mode, and they will sell their cereals whenever there is demand, whether locally or internationally? What will happen when the government of Kenya require the reserves, and you've already pushed these people to the commercial lines, Mr. Speaker? How are we going to deal with Kenya Seeds, for example? Are we going to continue having the wealth of our seeds trusted to people who are 100% commercializing the seeds production unit. These are some of the things we need to ask. The critical services that create the foundations and the bed of critical issues like food production, veterinary support production, serious reserves for the country. How are we going to balance so that we force these people to make profit, sustain themselves in the economy, and still protect the public interest issue? Mr. Speaker, as I conclude because of time, I'm worried about the national housing. We all know we have had affordable housing function under the National Housing Unit Enterprise. When we make it 100% profitable, for example, and we push these people to sell their houses, how are you going to deal with the issues of social housing? Remember, social houses are supposed to be taking care of the very vulnerable people in the community, people who cannot generate money to buy those houses. So when we say that Kenya National Housing Corporation is going to be made into an enterprise that can make profits, how are you going to deal with those vulnerable people of Kenya? I pose my question. And therefore, I support this bill with a lot of reservation to those critical services, enterprises that need to take care of what I'm calling public service obligations. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. What is out of order, Honorable Jematia?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to call this closure of this debate, and I want to call that the mover be now called to reply because of the time. And for me, I look forward to debating this in the committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I seek the decision of the House that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank all the members who have contributed to this debate and for the immense support for this bill that has been exhibited by all the contributors, and even those like my sister, Honorable Gathoni, who has a few reservations, and Honorable Oundo, and the Honorable Mbui, the Deputy Minority Leader, just to assuade them that all the issues that they have mentioned, save for the Honorable Oundo on the participation, as has been recommended by the committee in their report, on the participation of the political class in the governance structure. That is a matter, as he indicated, that is subject to debate on whether political leaders can participate in proper governance of companies, because being a politician, again, is also not criminal, as Honorable Oundo says, and there might be a point in allowing even those who have political standing to be able to be enlisted as part of the governance of some of these public organizations or government-owned organizations. Honorable Mbui spoke to a very sensitive issue that has been turned very political, unfortunately, the issue of securitization. Honorable Speaker, there's a world of a difference between securitization and borrowing. When I was moving this bill, I was very particular that we are moving towards innovative ways of funding our budget and funding development projects that are off balance sheet. And therefore, if you are off balance sheet, it simply means, Honorable Mbui, you are not going to borrow. You're not creating more debtors and more creditors in your books. And therefore, securitization is simply a way where you convert an asset that you hold. For instance, the money that you have seen being securitized is money that is coming from funds, like the RMLF that we were speaking about in House Business this afternoon, Honorable Mbui. And you convert the asset that you hold, like future cash flows that would come from RMLF, security, that you can then go to the market and trade it off with people who give you money today, investors who come and invest, because you have an asset that you are selling. And your cash flows now and in the future in any fund are assets that you hold. Therefore, when you convert that into a marketable security, that has nothing to do with borrowing. And I know there are those who may want to assuade Kenyans that it is equivalent to borrowing, but any economist will tell you that that is not borrowing. And any good accountant like myself, Robert Mbui, any good accountant will tell you there is a world of a difference between borrowing and securitizing. And therefore, what we are speaking about is securitization, not borrowing. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Gathoni Wamshomba has raised an issue that probably, I know she was not there when I was moving, because I had explained that the public service obligations, this bill is creating as an accounting and funding structure that will not interfere with the commercial objectives of the government-owned enterprises in the provision of public service obligations. And what are these public service obligations? These are obligations that the government may assign to a government-owned enterprise to produce goods or to provide services that are not financially viable. And that's why I gave the example when I was moving of Kenya Power and Lighting Company, where you tell KPLC you need to roll out rural electrification to the people of Komodhai or the people of Kivishoi, but it may not be commercially viable for KPLC to roll out that program at the cost that they are doing it today, almost for free, because previously they were doing it at 70,000 shillings. And that's why this bill is mandating it on government or on the National Treasury to ensure that they either offer a subsidy or they provide full funding from the National Treasury to ensure that the public service obligation is sustained without injuring the commercial viability of an enterprise. Because as a member for Honorable Kipchumba, the member for Marakwet West, was saying, the Postal Corporation of Kenya is reporting losses. Kenya Railways, and many other organizations that he was naming. Some of them are offering very critical services that if they were to offer them at commercial value, then they would not, if they were to offer them below the market value, then their business is not viable. For instance, you send all government correspondence through Postal Corporation, or if you are to disburse examination papers through the Postal Corporation of Kenya, you can imagine how much it would cost. Government today is having to use choppers or helicopters to airlift examinations to far-flung corners of the country where there are floods and roads are inaccessible. Assuming you had to leave that, the Postal Corporation of Kenya, would they be able to do it without turning out losses? That's why we are saying now government has to step in. If you obligate the Postal Corporation of Kenya to deliver examinations to schools across the country, then offer a subsidy to the Postal Corporation of Kenya to be able to do that, or fully fund that to the Postal Corporation of Kenya, so that Postal Corporation of Kenya remains a viable commercial enterprise, as was intended when it was created. And Honorable Speaker, I think that I can see even the Honorable Wamshomba seems to be very well satisfied now with that. And let me thank all the members who have supported this bill, and the few reservations that have been expressed that warrant changes in the Committee of the Whole House. We will consider them together with those from the Committee of Finance and National Planning. And with that, I beg to reply.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And thank you for the reply. You know, I was just asking why, as members of Parliament, for instance, you oversight all these government-owned enterprises and you interrogate to ensure that they are operating properly. But a law would be proposed by this very Parliament to say that when you happen not to be in this Parliament, you then have no knowledge of how that enterprise should run at all into account. As you also, proceed to the Committee of the Whole House, Majority Leader, also consider this matter under Clause 30. Because if indeed these are public officers, then shouldn't SRC be advising on their pay, or we should just leave it to the Cabinet Secretary? Otherwise, I want to thank all the members for sitting through the afternoon proceedings up to this late, and I wish you a good evening. Order. Honorable members, the time being 7:00 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 12th day of November 2025 at 9:30 a.m.
Kweli kabisa.